26th, 2026 regular business meeting of the Douglas County School District Board of Education is now called to order. We'll begin with a roll call. Director Callahan.
Here.
Director Densler.
Here.
Director Geiger.
Here.
Director Meek. Here. Director Parker.
Here.
Director Ryan.
Here.
And Director Thompson.
Here.
All right, a quorum is present. If you are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you. We will start with item 3, DCSD Spotlight. Superintendent Kane.
All right. Good evening, directors, audience. It's hard to believe that the 25-26 school year is wrapping up. I, along with the board of directors and cabinet members, have had the privilege of attending graduations over the last couple of weeks. It's truly a reminder of why we do what we do. We are incredibly proud of the class of 2026 and wish them the best. This evening, we would like to recognize members of the 25-26 Leaders for Douglas County Schools cohort. So if you're here, please come join me up front. This year, we had 40 participants, and I know not all of them could be here this evening, and we're very grateful to those of you that could be. So come on up front. The Leaders for Douglas County Schools was led by Allison Roush, our Director of Government Affairs, in order to offer the opportunity to deepen members' knowledge and understanding of our district's mission, operations, and strategic priorities. The class is designed for those interested in becoming more active participants in school district affairs and advocates for DCSD. So the cohort met 8 times and was able to learn about the district's finances, safety and security, open enrollment, student support services, curriculum, and more. Thank you to the members of our district leadership for presenting. And we would love to have all of you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the impact that this experience has had for you.
I'll start here. Yeah, sure. Hi. My name is Rebecca Marquez. I was super committed because of this one right here, my daughter Eleanor. And I think, there was just so much that we learned about. You know, you get to see the inner workings of how everything happens. And I would say the most interesting to me was how a snow day is decided.
Hi, I'm Brianna Anneberg. I have 2 littles, so I have a now to be 3rd grader, oh my goodness, and then a soon to be preschooler. And so they're coming through the system, and I wanted to know what's out there, how is it built, where is it going, and that all was answered and more. And just learning the care, dedication, decision making, the structure, all of it going into it. There is so much, and to be able to share that more in depth with others is truly eye-opening. And to be knowing that my children are going on that path is uplifting. So thank you.
Nicole Knutson. I have a kindergartner. And so, same, littles. You want to figure out what's going on because I was a student many, many, many moons ago. A lot of eye-opening on, what are all these people up to? What do they do? What do we, I work in a job where it's like, are we having a meeting or should we have an email? And so are these guys doing the same thing? I think the most interesting thing was seeing the electronics bill passage. I'm going to say that all wrong. Policy get through this.
Communication devices.
Communication devices from kind of mid-stride to the end was pretty interesting. It was pretty eye-opening because that's something we're all going to muddle through together.
Hello, I'm Jacqueline Lavage, also a kindergarten mom. So just super excited to learn more about the district in general. And I think the most interesting and complicated part was school finance and budget.
Hello, my name is Greg Fisher. I currently have 4 kids in the district, as well as my wife works as a social worker here in the district as well. I also have my educator license, but have not done that in 15 years. But I've worked previously in public policy, including in elected office. So this was a nice chance for me to be able to take some of that experience and that education background, and then start learning a little bit more what's happened locally in this area.
Hi there, my name is Laura Werner, and I actually have two kids who've already graduated from high school from Douglas County, and I still have one more. And during COVID, I became a substitute teacher kind of by chance, and so I think I was just more interested in learning more about the district that my kids have been in. And the part that I found the most interesting, I think, was learning about the Legacy Campus and all the CTE offerings. It's very interesting and very cool.
Hi, Randy Philbaum. I've got two in the district right now, high school and elementary. And really, it's just, for me, about getting in the game, not sitting on the sidelines, trying to meet people, understand that everybody's got a job to do, but understanding how that job gets done with a lot of kids is important. I come from a smaller district of about 10,000 students, so it was super important for me to just get plugged in and meet people around the area.
I'm Catherine Willie. I have two students here in the school district in middle school and high school, and I'm a graduate from Highlands Ranch High School, and I'm not telling you the year. I have just been such a huge advocate of our community, our towns, our cities, the school district, and our county, and I just always love learning even more, and the gift of time that you, Erin, have shown up to, and all of your leadership as well. It's such a blessing to be able to sit right next to a lot of the decision makers who not only just make decisions, but who truly love and care for the students, the staff, and the community.
Matt Rosario. I have a daughter in Cimarron, 6th grader. When I originally signed up for this, I had no idea what to expect. I was just looking for volunteer opportunities, and then I was like, oh, this is way more than I was expecting. This is awesome. And I'll echo what many have said already, is that it was just really awesome to learn how much goes into what you guys do. And I would say the biggest takeaway I took from the whole 8 times that we've met is that you guys are firing on all cylinders. And it is incredible, the job that you're doing. So kudos.
Hi, my name is Lynn Sandor, and I have my son will be finishing 4th grade this Thursday. And, you know, I had no idea how everything intertwined in the district, but it was fascinating to find out how everything works together because I had no clue. The thing that really just took my breath away in going through this was what is in this building. Because, you know, growing up in my very, very small town, we only had 2 classes, and it was woodshop and like mechanical or something, mechanics. So seeing this was just huge at what everything can be done in a district. So I think you guys have built such a wonderful program. So it just blew my mind. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Andy Allen. I have a daughter at Roxborough graduating kindergarten on Thursday, so super excited about that. In 2 years, her and her brother will be going to the new school in Sterling Ranch, so super excited that we passed that last year. It's super interesting to learn about the finances. I had no idea how that worked. When we moved to Colorado 5 years ago, we were told Douglas County moved their schools. I said, okay, what does that mean, right? And so now we're here, and like Randy said, just wanted to get involved and understand where my children's future is going to be.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you all for coming. They spend a Friday a month in the morning with us for a few hours, and also just a huge thanks to you, to your cabinet, to so many of your directors who come in and explain all the things in their worlds to everybody. And what I think shows is not only their expertise but their passion. And so it's just my favorite thing is this class every year, because we get to hear from all the amazing people who are running this district and doing amazing things for our kids and for our staff. So thank you guys. It's been a pleasure to have you.
Well, and I want to thank you guys and Allison as well, but thank you so much for engaging with our school district. Sometimes it's really hard to find families and volunteers who want to engage at the school district level, and we're so incredibly grateful to all of you for that. And I know Allison and I would love to have some future conversations with you about our school district's plans and volunteer opportunities maybe to help with future plans. But we're so grateful for your advocacy for our students and for our district and for spending all of that time with us. And Allison, thank you so much for taking the time to do the class. So how about a round of applause for everyone? And you're handing out certificates. And Allison will be handing you out certificates. And I'd love to come have President Meek come do a picture with us.
I know, we're gonna have to scooch in. That was our test.
You guys have them all in order? Oh, I was like, that's impressive.
Well, it took me a moment. Hold on.
Thank you so much again, you guys. Thank you. And that concludes tonight's recognitions.
Great, thank you very much. And we are on to item number 4, acceptance of agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Director Thompson and seconded by Director Ryan that the board approve the agenda. The motion is now open for any discussion. Seeing none, I will call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler? Aye. Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker? Aye. Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson? Aye. All right, the motion passes 7-0. Moving on to superintendent reports.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Once again, I'd like to thank the board directors for celebrating with us for the class of 2026 graduation ceremonies over the past couple of weeks. There's still a few more to come. We are so excited about our graduates. We have graduates that are going to college, entering the workforce, serving in the military, or taking a gap year to travel and see the world. See some of our outstanding graduate profiles, as well as individual scholarship recipients, on our website at www.dcsdk12.org/graduation. We still have a few more graduations coming up. Daniel C. Oaks High School is this Thursday, May 28th. Plum Creek Academy is Friday, May 29th, and Eagle Academy is Friday, June 5th. The Colorado Department of Education recently recognized several Douglas County School District schools for high academic achievement with Performance Award. We had the honor of recognizing these schools during the State of DCSD event in early May. In total, our schools received 42 awards. Congratulations to the 2026 Missy Martin Scholarship recipients. Each of these students received a $3,000 scholarship from the Missy Martin Scholarship Hope Foundation. Julia Aguilera from Rock Canyon High School, Milan Bergen from Castleview High School, Joshua Gilson from Douglas County High School, Janessa Manuel from Ponderosa High School, and Casper Skodzi from Mountain Vista High School. The National Merit Scholarship Corporation just released the names of winners in the annual National Merit Scholarship Program, including 6 from Douglas County School Districts. So congratulations to these outstanding DCSD scholars. Carter Fitzgerald from Mountain Vista High School, Arshia Call from Rock Canyon High School, Aiden McCullen from Mountain Vista High School, Caleb Olson, also from Mountain Vista High School, Hannah Zhang from Rock Canyon High School, and Sanvi Yadav from Chaparral High School. Out of more than 100 nominations from across the state, Chloe Essinger from Douglas County High School was named the 2026 Outstanding Colorado High School Student by the University of Colorado at Boulder. Chloe will receive a $1,000 annual scholarship for up to 4 years at CU Boulder. Congratulations to Rock Canyon High School graduate Bianca Sanja was named the 2026 Outstanding Youth Award winner by Lone Tree. Congratulations to the Mountain Vista Academic Decathlon winner who recently won a state championship for the 5th consecutive year. The competition consisted of tests across 10 diverse subjects. Congratulations to DCSD's Bobby G Award winners. Castleview High School's production of The Addams Family took home 2 awards, including Outstanding Achievement in Lighting Design and Outstanding Achievement in Hair and Makeup Design. Additionally, Skyview Academy's production of Big Fish captured a Special Achievement Award. Global Village Academy Douglas County was selected as a 2026 National Gold Star School by the National Association of Elementary School Principals. The National Gold Star School program recognizing outstanding elementary and middle level schools where learning communities work collaboratively to foster continuous improvement and ensure student success. Congratulations, GVA. STEM School Highlands Ranch student Anaral Rayo was named the 2026 All-President Challenge winner at the state and regional levels. He will be presenting his narrative, NeoWeave, a cognitive interface for accessible AI, if everyone's got that, in the White House on June 8th. He built his prototype for special education and learning disabilities to interact with existing AI tools that adapt to how the mind works. This summer, DCSD will once again partner with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office in I-5 transportation and road safety events. So save the dates. On Saturday, June 13th, there will be an event at Chaparral High School, and on Sunday, July 11th at Castleview High School. Details and registration information can be found on the Douglas County Sheriff Office website. Next week, DCSD Nutrition Services Department will begin serving free summer lunches in our community. Find locations and times on the Nutrition Services website. And that concludes tonight's superintendent updates.
Great, thank you very much. There's always so much to celebrate, so thank you. All right, moving on to item number 6, public comment. Public comment is an important part of our democratic process.
Seconds remaining.
And the board values hearing from our students, families, staff, and community members. Each registered speaker will be allotted up to 3 minutes to address the board, to support a respectful and productive environment, and to model for our students the civil discourse we expect. We ask all speakers to address comments to the board rather than to staff, individual audience members, or guests. Keep remarks appropriate for a K-12 educational audience and refrain from discussions of all personnel matters, which are more appropriate for executive sessions. Please be aware that public comments are public records. All board meetings are recorded and posted on the district website in accordance with open meetings laws. And if you wish to keep personal information private, please do not include it in your comments. Board members do not respond during public comment portion of the meeting. Board-related matters may be followed up by the board president at a later time, and operational matters will be referred to the superintendent for appropriate follow-up. Tonight we have the second public hearing regarding charter school applications submitted by Renaissance PK-12 Charter School. And actually, we only have public comment with that. We do not have any other open public comments. So we have one student who I believe is in person to provide public comment. So please go ahead and make your way down. After we hear from the student, we will move to those who will provide public comment online and then finish up with the in-person public commenters. And actually, if you are going to give public comment, you can just move on down now because it takes a little while to make your way down to the front row, and there's plenty of room down here. So when your name is called, please come forward, adjust the microphone so we can hear you clearly, and begin with identifying yourself by name and whether you're speaking for yourself, another individual, or a group. And we are starting with our student speaker, Chloe Shoemaker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chloe Shoemaker, and I will be speaking on behalf of Renaissance Secondary School. Having gone to Renaissance since kindergarten, and I have watched this community grow, and I can personally say that this program is extraordinary. While traditional education has us confined to desks, Renaissance takes us outdoors to test our theories in the field. Our school is defined by crew, originating from our motto, "We are crew, not passengers," by Kurt Hahn. We live this on our daily lives, through our 8th grade voyages and soloing, to making a circle out of our tents for a little town, to our everyday interactions. It's a place where you know everyone's names and teachers know you exactly for who you are. In my history class, we don't just listen to lectures, but our teachers help us lead our own discussions. In my biology class, we don't just read articles, but we grow our own plants to test our hypotheses. I dream of a world where every kid not only finds a community, but a crew. Right now, the elementary school waitlist is 3 times the size of their acceptance rate. To put that in perspective, for every student sitting in a Renaissance classroom today, the 3 more are waiting outside looking in. That means that hundreds of students are not getting the chance for a supportive crew. Rather than getting to live it, they have to watch it. These kids deserve the right to be treated like human beings, not statistics, not just numbers. And Renaissance proves that every single day. On our campus, you are always more than a number. You are someone. This program deserves to grow. More students deserve to go to a school where they are seen and valued and supported by not only teachers, but the students. I urge you to vote yes on our expansion to the Renaissance crew. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will move to our online public commenters. First, we have Crystal Strunk. Ms. Strunk, are you online? Great. Ms. Strunk, when you're ready, go ahead and introduce yourself. All right, we will come back to you. Next, we have Megan Bowe. She's not online, okay. Next, we have Kimberly Grahn. I wonder if you can get her on the phone and you could hold it up to the mic, if that might work. Yeah. Yeah, why don't you take a minute, I'll come back to you. Jacqueline Montesine Ream. All right, we're not having a lot of luck with our online callers. Let's see, Elaine Tunkel. All right, we're gonna go to in-person and then we'll try coming back to online. So we'll start with our first in-person public commenter. We have Vanessa Brossart.
Hi, I'm Vanessa. Good evening, members of the board and fellow community members. I'm speaking to you tonight wearing 2 very different hats. During the day, I am lucky to be the speech language pathologist at Renaissance Secondary School, helping our teenagers navigate the complexities of communication and social dynamics in the middle school and high school setting. But even more importantly, I'm a proud parent of 3 children, including a 1st grader and an incoming kindergartner at Renaissance Expeditionary Magnet School. Right now, my son attends an elementary school where the math simply doesn't work. Only 1 out of every 3 families who want to enroll their kids can actually secure a spot. We all want what's best for our kids. We pay into the same system, but 2 of us will be told no simply because of a lottery draw. This is the reality that plays out every enrollment season. It leaves families disappointed and our community fractured. By expanding our secondary school to include a pre-K through 5th grade program, we aren't just adding classrooms, we're building continuity and consistency. This expansion would offer the community, especially students, parents, teachers, and staff, many benefits, including the ease of transition from primary to secondary school, a shared vision, and community stability. We know that the jump from primary to secondary school is one of the most stressful periods in a child's life. A pre-K through 12 model eliminates that cliff edge, allowing students to grow up in a consistent, supportive environment. We can solidify and strengthen our core values and optimize our expeditionary learning programming, knowing our students have had the benefit of sharing our habits of crew through their whole grade school experience. This will also provide our students with new mentorship opportunities. No more 1 in 3 gambles. We can provide a guaranteed path for our Renaissance families from kindergarten through graduation. I see the potential of our crew every day. As a staff member, I know we have the heart to welcome young students into our crew. As a parent, I know we have the need for the type of education and environment that Renaissance Secondary School has to offer. Those of us in the Renaissance family, both secondary and elementary, know that we are crew, not passengers. Our wish is to have the ability to add to the diverse and amazing crew that we have and to be able to include more of the many students and families who have expressed interest in our mission and our school. Let's move forward on this path to meeting the demand of our community and joining the Renaissance Secondary School family, as well as providing our students with a consistent, cohesive mission throughout their grade school years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Melissa England.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Melissa England, and I'm a proud member of the Renaissance community who wears many different hats. I am a former RSS and REMS parent, former Renaissance Expeditionary Magnet School employee, and current RSS teacher. My Renaissance journey began 13 years ago when my husband and I sat in a parent-teacher conference for our 2nd grade daughter. Out of pure kindness, her teacher suggested we look at other options. She suspected our daughter was gifted and needed something more. We started talking to friends, and a close friend recommended Renaissance. Having previously worked in schools, I knew what an extraordinary school culture looked like and how rare it was. When my husband and I toured Renaissance, I felt that familiar, undeniable spark. Then we learned about the lottery system, and our hearts sank. Our only hope was our son, who was entering kindergarten. If he got in, his sister would get a sibling preference spot for 3rd grade. We went for it. I still remember exactly where I was when the email arrived. My son was in. Soon after, we learned my daughter was too. It was an emotional experience when I dropped off the deposit check at Renaissance. Because of my background in education, I knew exactly how lucky we were. We had won the educational lottery. That was 13 years ago. Today, parents are still riding that exact same emotional roller coaster, except now it is even harder to get a spot. The anxiety hasn't changed, but the demand has skyrocketed. At a recent meeting at RSS, the grandmother of one of our 6th graders asked me if I had any pull to get the younger 2 grandchildren of hers into the elementary school. It hits from everywhere, this desperate, how do I get my kid in mentality. Parents are hand-wringing over their children's futures, praying for a stroke of luck. But an extraordinary education shouldn't require a golden ticket. Expanding Renaissance isn't just about adding classrooms, it's about answering the call of hundreds of families searching for what we found 13 years ago. Expanding Renaissance will alleviate that desperation and turn the anxiety of a lottery into the promise of a spot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Zoe Lisolo.
Hello, my name is Zoe Lislow, and I am a 2025 RSS graduate. I attended 3 different schools in my high school career, all DCSD schools, but Renaissance stuck out to me as the most influential and character building. I joined Renaissance when I was a junior in high school, and despite being the new kid, I was never considered an outsider. I was welcomed with open arms and excited hearts, and my presence was accepted as if I had always been there. I always felt I belonged at Renaissance, and I know I still do. New students are and always have been opportunities and members of our crew. Since graduating, I spent the last school year at the University of Wyoming, and although it was a wonderful experience, I still find myself searching for that community that Renaissance provided me. Expanding this school would allow so many more students to experience the community and the character development that Renaissance offers. This school cultivates an environment focused on creating critical thinkers, problem solvers, and hard workers. The teachers and staff at Renaissance have shaped my perspective on the world, and their positive influence has made me into who I am today. They have instilled in me a love for learning, for defending what I believe is right, and for inclusivity above all. That spirit of crew, of belonging and connection, is what defines Renaissance. Along with that, Renaissance also gives students the freedom and the resources to lead. If the student body has an idea, we can collaborate with the teachers and staff to make our visions a reality. That empowerment, along with the community and support, allows students to make their dreams feel tangible and like they can truly make a difference in this world. Renaissance taught me that I can do hard things, that I should always stay curious, and that community is vital to the betterment of our world. The 2 years that I spent at that school were the happiest years of my life thus far, and the values and energy that exist within those walls is so rare, and any student who has the pleasure of experiencing that is so fortunate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Amy Stevens.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm reading on behalf of Tricia McNaughton. She's an intent to enroll submission for the Renaissance pre-K through 5. When we decided to move to Colorado from Texas to begin a new chapter, Renaissance Secondary was our first aha moment. It completely embodied the holistic version of education I didn't know was possible. My son is an incoming freshman, and we could not be more excited to see what was a fantasy driving us to Colorado as a reality. We also have a preschooler and are thrilled for her to have access to this approach to learning from the very start. My son has always been a critical thinker, sometimes referred to as the attorney, which is not a fire I want to stifle, especially in the environment of our world today. He has been a high achiever, performer, connector, and innovator, which sounds like great qualities as an adult, but can be discouraged in a typical classroom setting. My hope is Renaissance will reignite a passion for learning that will stick with him throughout his life, and I am certain that if we had had access to this programming in an earlier education, his fire would burn much brighter. I hope my daughter doesn't experience the struggle of fitting her brain into a box at a desk and keep her fire lit throughout her entire educational experience in the pre-K through 5 grade program at Renaissance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brittany Pierce. Not. Okay, great. So that is everyone that is for in-person. I'll circle back to Zoom in case we can connect with individuals. First, I have Crystal Strunk. Can she call you and she can read over the phone and on the mic maybe? That's a alternative. Sure. Sure, that'd be great. Once you have someone, go ahead up and just announce.
Crystal, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay. I'll go ahead and introduce myself. Hi, my name is Crystal Struntz. My family and I have lived in Castle Rock for 2.5 years. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. When we moved to Castle Rock, my son was just about to turn 1, so he's almost 3.5 now. He is an incredibly active boy. He loves to run and jump and climb and just constantly move. Sitting still for long periods of time is very difficult for him. He currently attends occupational therapy because he experiences sensory overloads. But movement is something that really helps him regulate and learn. So, a close friend of mine who used to be a teacher recommended expeditionary learning to us because she felt it would be a really good fit for the way that he learns and experiences the world. As a parent, I do not want to force my child into an educational setting that does not support his needs. I want him to have an environment where curiosity, movement, exploration, and hands on learning are encouraged instead of discouraged. I also have a daughter who is 19 months younger than him, and she is following his footsteps and is very crazy as well in a good kind of way. So I'm hoping she'll follow in his footsteps and be able to benefit from the same opportunities. One of the biggest concerns for my family specifically is access. We live in Castle Rock, but we're further away from the school, and open enrollment can already feel really difficult and uncertain. I have another close friend, whose daughter is starting kindergarten this August, and she was hoping to attend this school as well. But when she went to do the wait list, it was so long and she lost hope and had to choose another option. Hearing that really made me nervous for my own family's future. I truly believe that expanding funding for expeditionary learning programs would not only help my children, but so many other families that are searching for an educational environment that better supports different learning styles and needs. So that is, how I feel. Thank you. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you calling in. Next, Kimberly Gran. Yes, please do. No worries.
Hi, Kimberly. I'm going to have you speak to the board now.
Okay.
You can go forth.
Okay. Hello. I'll introduce myself. My name is Kimberly Johnson. I'm just coming to you guys today in strong support of the proposed K-5 expansion for Renaissance. As a mother of 5 children, finding a school community that feels safe, supportive, and aligned with our family's values is incredibly important to me. Our daughter is already a part of the Renaissance community, and it's been the best experience of any school we've encountered across multiple states and cities that we've lived in as a military family. I'm sorry if you hear my kids. The sense of family, encouragement, and passion within the entire Renaissance community has been life-changing for our daughter. We recently submitted an intent to enroll for our son, Bear, and the possibility of him being a part of the very first kindergarten class is something our family is truly excited about, as well as the potential for our 7-year-old to enroll and later our youngest son. Expanding Renaissance would not only benefit my family personally, but also many other families in our community who are looking for a strong educational environment with their children, where their children can grow academically, socially, and emotionally from an early age through elementary school. For families like ours, consistency and community matter deeply. Having the opportunity for our children to remain in one connected school environment through multiple grade levels helps build stability, friendships, trust with teachers and staff, and a stronger sense of belonging. As a parent, that continuity is invaluable. I also believe this expansion reflects the needs of our growing community. Supporting the K-5 expansion would create opportunities for more families to access a school they believe in and want to invest in long term. Thank you for your time, consideration, and dedication to the families and students of Douglas County. I sincerely hope you will approve the Renaissance K-5 expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you very much. All right, I think we have Jacqueline Montesarin. Hi, Jacqueline. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please
Yes.
proceed.
Okay. It's so weird with the delay watching the live version, so I wasn't quite sure. Hi, my name is Jackie, and I live in Sedalia, Colorado. I'm the mother of two school-aged children, and we are not part of the Renaissance family, but I've heard such great things, and I would love to support a new school and an expansion such as this one for Renaissance, because it's a new way of thinking, it's a new ideas, it's new ways of collaborating, and rock climbing and drumming are big values to us and our family. And an expansion would allow my children to possibly attend. So I am all for, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I am support of this expansion. It's needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we had one last online caller, Elaine Tunkel. Yeah, we can easily do that again.
It's me.
Hello?
Hello, Elaine. You're here in front of the board.
Amy?
Yes, can you hear us?
I can.
All right, you're open to
Yes,
speak now.
Ms. Tunkel, please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Well, hello. I'm here for the second year to support the expansion of Renaissance. I'm doing this because I love the premise behind expeditionary learning model and feel we need more of this type of environment, experience, and opportunity for the students of Douglas County. My good friend knew that what she was looking for when it was time for her daughter to go to school. She did all the necessary steps early and was blessed to get her daughter into Renaissance Expeditionary Magnet School from the start. When we met, I couldn't get over all the amazing things that I heard were happening at the school, and I knew that was exactly what I wanted for our family as well. My daughter is going into second grade in August. Last year, we were on the REMS waiting list of, I believe, about 175 students, and we did not get in. This year, we were lucky enough to get in, and what this means is my daughter will be blessed to be part of the crew, and I will too. It also means I'll be driving a minimum of 2 hours a day round trip to bring her to her school and back. Next, I'll share my friend's beautifully iterated words, which explain exactly why I'm willing to commit to that drive. Quote, what I love about this school. Child development and social emotional growth are not treated as extras. They are at the core of everything the school does. It's a community that teaches children not only to succeed academically, but how to become kind, capable, grounded human beings. Students learn leadership, collaboration, accountability, and a true growth mindset. They're taught how to work together, even when they may not always agree or naturally get along. It's an important life skill. The environment is calm, cohesive, and deeply supportive. The children speak kindly to one another and encourage each other. There's a sense of emotional safety you can feel the moment you walk in. It truly feels like a community. Everyone knows the parents, the children, and the families. My child goes to school every day without fear, resistance, or anxiety because it always feels safe, like an extension of home for her. And she goes on, I also deeply appreciate the way the staff supports children through both growth and setbacks. Children are held accountable in a loving and supportive way. They're guided toward where they want and need to be with encouragement instead of shame. Academically, the growth I've witnessed in my child has been exceptional. I've seen tremendous development not only in academic ability, but in reasoning, confidence, problem solving, and execution. She's learning how to think, lead herself, engage with the world around her. The school is shaping children academically, emotionally, and socially, and as a parent, I could not ask for more. Wow, right? I heard this year's REMS waiting list is around 205 students.
15 seconds remaining.
72% were not admitted. There's obviously a demand. I feel for those families. I remember how it felt. Believe me when I say I wish this school was closer and really that our home school, which is 3 minutes away, was more like this. But I'm excited about the years ahead, being part of the crew.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine.
Thank you for your public comment. All right.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. All right, so this concludes public comment for this evening. That takes us to item 7, adoption of consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? It's been moved by Director Parker. Second. Seconded by Director Callahan that the board approve the consent agenda. The motion is now open for any discussion. Seeing none, I will move us into roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler? Aye. Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson? All right, the motion passes 7-0. We're now at item 8. We'll move to item 8, adoption of the joint motion agenda, which is the approval of minutes. Is there a motion to approve the May 12th, 2026 regular business meeting minutes? Director Thompson?
I move to accept the regular business meeting minutes, the version that states updated.
Great. Let's have a second and then we can have discussion on that.
Second.
All right, so it's been moved by Director Thompson and seconded by Director Ryan that the board approve the May 12th, 2026 regular business meeting minutes. Opening up for discussion. In case any directors did not have an opportunity to see the update, you looked at the prior one. There were just a couple of comments or additional description that was moved from the across the board into the minutes for, I think, 3 items that really didn't have any description. And I can find and read those to you if you'd like, but it's exactly what went out and across the board. Just curious, the format from the across the board seems like a nice way to add a little more detail to some of our business items that we're voting on, and so that's the change. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will go ahead and call roll. So we'll start with Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Densler. Aye. Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
Aye.
And Director Thompson.
Aye.
Right, the motion passes 7-0. And now we are into our study action items. The first item we have is the fiscal year 2026-2027 proposed budget. Included in tonight's materials is a memo from the Fiscal Oversight Committee as well, outlining both its support for the proposed budget and several long-term fiscal considerations for the board to keep in mind as we continue our planning work. This item provides the board an opportunity to review the proposed budget, ask questions, and discuss both the immediate needs of the district through the budget conversations. As a reminder, we received a presentation on this at our last meeting, and we have that same presentation, but I will open it up to staff to walk us through if there are any updates on that. We have 5 minutes scheduled for the presentation and 20 minutes for Q&A. Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, CFO Schleicher will be updating you on the proposed budget, including answering a question that came up at the last meeting.
Perfect, thank you, good evening. And I have with me the budget director, Drew Phelps. He's gonna be helping me answer some other questions. So this is the same slide deck that you had last time, so I'm not gonna spend time going through the deck again. If something was updated on the slide, we did note on there that it has been updated since last time you saw the information. I'm not able to click forward. Thank you, got it. Okay, so I am going to go straight to the question that we had last time. So Director Thompson had a great question around the pie graph last time that we did not have a good answer for at the time. So thank you for the opportunity to bring this back and address that. So there's 3 things that are addressing this question. The question last time was on the previous, let's see, on the next slide, we talk about that there is a increase of 4.8 million for the general fund. And the question was, when we took this graph and added the numbers together, it did not equal a $4.8 million increase from the last time that we presented this pie graph. So a couple things. First thing is, this slide is talking about the general fund and the general fund only. This graph is the combined general fund. So it is not just the general fund, but it is those funds that are directly supported by transfers from the general fund, which means the capital improvement fund, the outdoor education fund, and the transportation fund, along with the general fund. So these are more than just the general fund, so that's number one. Number two, we only generate this graph during the adopted budget time, but the 4.8 million is talking about the increase from the final revised budget to the adopted budget. So we're talking about two different time frames. And then as we dug into this, it was a good opportunity for us to just evaluate what we're putting into the graph overall. So Drew and I inherited some of this from a previous director, and it was a good opportunity to dig in and go, what really are we including on this graph? So we realized that it wasn't just the combined general as it's labeled, but it had some of the items, but not all of the items from the grant fund. So we pulled those out to keep it true to just the combined general fund items. And now if you add everything that's on this graph, it equals the expenditures that are displayed in the proposed budget. So it's a much cleaner way to do it. And it really did not change. It barely changed those percentages. It's really rounding that it changed. So I think it's a much better presentation. Those were the only things that we were going to go through specifically for you. And we're ready to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you. I will open it up for discussion, and I don't know if Director Thompson wants to say anything regarding FOC's work and memo. I really appreciated their memo, as always. They do an excellent job providing that. If there's nothing, we can jump into questions.
Thank you. So first off, thank you to our FOC for the memo that they provided to the board. I personally think that this is very helpful. I hope everyone's had an opportunity to review it. It's important because one, they give us their recommendation on the proposed budget, but also outline, the realistic challenges that we face as a district when it comes to our budget and how things look in the future and what our needs are. And I think that this is, it's something that the FOC has done in the past. I feel like we see some more detail in this version, and I think the way that it was written is really clear and helpful, but I'm also sitting in those meetings all the time, so I know that they're very receptive to feedback. And so did you find this helpful? Is there a shift in what they present that would be helpful to the board, because they do look for that feedback consistently, and that might not be an answer you have tonight, but something that we can bring to the retreat this summer would be helpful.
I found this level of detail to be really helpful, for sure. I don't have any suggested changes or recommendations for edits or anything, but please let them know. We very much appreciate this feedback.
And then I know that staff helped with shaping this, and so just sharing some appreciation, because I feel like this is another component of transparency, and being able to post this is really helpful. So.
Director Geiger.
First of all, I agree. I appreciate the FOC and appreciate the work done by the finance department. My only comment on the FOC is they probably understate the risk for next year. I, as a legislative assistant, I'm on a number of meetings talking about the School Finance Act. And there is deep and continuing concern with the experts at the state legislature, including legislators, that this year's budget which scraped a lot of one-time funds, is not repeatable. That the relatively small increase that we got and that was given across the state is not likely to be matched next year. And that without a structural change to how we fund schools in this state, it probably, there is at least a substantial risk that next year's budget will not just be lower, but substantially so. And so as we budget and as we think about our funding levels and our challenges, as well as our contingency funds, we as a board have to be reasonably assured that come next year, these 7 people may be facing a very, very different situation. And it will take a great deal of review and understanding of the system. And anybody who's read this budget knows very clearly any substantial decrease in our budget means decreasing employees. That's the only place to really save money. You can come in and talk about niggling this and a little of that, but if there is a substantial need to cut the budget, that will come out of the number of employees that we have. So I appreciate the honesty that we've gotten from the CFO. I appreciate the honesty we've gotten from the FOC. I'm trying to reemphasize that this is a real problem.
Other questions? Director Thompson?
Yes. So, you know, I was reviewing the actual document, the proposed budget, and there is a page that I struggle translating into numbers, and I think it would be helpful to talk about. So on page 20, and this is just breaking down the per pupil expense by, and this is looking at expenditures by departments. So what we show is, you know, the per pupil amount, the percent of total expense, and, you know, then what that total school expenditure looks like for each of those like broad categories. And for me, I have a really hard time trying to translate the per pupil amount to the actual expenditure amount. So how would I be able to convert? So for example, if I'm looking at the Board of Education's budget, which the proposed budget has that at an 8 of the per pupil amount, what number am I multiplying that against to know what that amount actually looks like?
Hi, good evening, directors. I actually am the one that does this whole part of the section, so I can actually answer that pretty well. So this is the combined general fund again, so 10 funds 10, 13, 14, and 25. And the per pupil amount is just the total neighborhood district of what we're expected for our enrollment. So just the enrollment, so I think we had a number in there of 42,059 of neighborhood students. And so each of those numbers breaks down into, so we take, you know, what is the board's total budget and divide it by that that pupil amount of 42,059, and that's how we then get to these percentages in these categories.
Okay, so I would do 42,059 students times 8, and I would see the board budget.
Yes, that would be roughly what you would be expected for the budget.
Okay, I understand that doing the per pupil is really helpful in terms of the work that you guys do, because I think that's how you guys calculate a lot of things, like what's the per pupil expense of said thing. I do wonder though if something like this would be, for public facing, would be better just to have the numbers, or at least something that states how someone could find value in what's stated on this page.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Did you have another question? So I will ask one. Can you speak to the targeted fund balance levels, and really what's the multi-year fiscal stabilization plan for once we hit the targeted fund balance level? I think that's just really important for our community to understand especially given the environment and asking voters, to support us potentially with an MLO. So being able to speak to that, I think, is really helpful.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So just starting at the beginning, before COVID hit, we were at around 3 to 4% fund balance to expenditures. During COVID, we had a lot of one-time funds that came in, plus we had vacancies that we were not able to fill. We tried and they were not, the employees were not out there to hire during that time. So during that time period, the fund balance really grew. And that got to as high as 11 or 12% of expenditures, which is higher than it really should be. So we've been making that effort over the past several years to strategically spend down that fund balance on our kids that are in our schools now. That's where that money should be going. So we have spent it down to 9%. 7% is where we're estimated to be at the end of this fiscal year. And then for next year, that will be at 5%. This is a really important number to watch. We have other fund balance amounts, but this is the unassigned portion. So this is really our savings account. This has helped us over the past few years not have to make the cuts that our neighbors have had to make. So we're all experiencing the same hard times. We're all experiencing declining enrollment. We're all having to right size our organization and make some cuts where we haven't had to in many years because we've been a growing state and a growing population of students. So this has really allowed us the ability to do this carefully and thoughtfully and not just make cuts to our budgets. So we're getting really, really close to where we should be from a fund balance perspective, which is somewhere between that 3 and 5%. And this is going to be some savings that we need to keep there for future things. Like Director Geyer was talking about, we don't know what that budget is going to look like next year or frankly for the next 5 years as the state figures out what their overall budget looks like, what funding is going to be like for school districts, if we're able to pass some maybe future bond initiatives just from a funding of school districts perspective. So we're getting really close to that spot where we have to right size that budget. Again, we only have part of that equation in our control, the revenue, which is really going to have our legislatures. We can influence, but we don't have the power to control what that number is. So we need to do our part on the expenditures. So we started doing some of this by consolidation of schools, so closing 3 schools or consolidating those 3 schools in Highlands Ranch. We need to continue looking at this going forward. We are looking at the site-based budget, which is the non-discretionary money that goes into our schools. We built those site-based budgets during a time of increasing enrollment. It worked really well during that environment. We are now in a very different environment of declining enrollment. So we're working this next year diligently to see, do we have the right allocations going to our schools? We have committed to cutting $10 million out of site-based budgets and $5 million centrally next year. And that's probably going to be our minimum that we're looking at cutting. We also need to watch this as we get ready to sell our second tranche of bonds here in July, which you'll be seeing that resolution in June. This also affects our ratings with the Fitch and Moody's as they look at these fund balance and help us determine what kind of rate we can get on selling our bonds. So there's lots of pieces to watch with this fund balance, and it's important. We're still at a really good spot, but it's time to, after this next year, we're really going to be at a spot to right size.
Did you want to say something, Superintendent King?
Yeah, thank you so much for that explanation, CFO Schleissner. I would add that part of the strategy in getting right-sized is, of course, the consolidation of 6 schools, along with looking at the ongoing savings we can have from consolidating central admin. And then we do have to cut that $5 million and that $10 million from our schools and from our district in order to get to a place where we're fully right-sized.
Thank you for that additional information. I think what I'm wondering from the board's perspective, when should we see like various scenarios and assumptions and opportunities moving forward? Do you see the board being engaged in those conversations in the near future, or what do you see as that timeline?
Yeah, I would say you'll see it kind of over the next year. It'll be a year from now, from when we do the 27, 28 proposed budget, that you'll see, you know, what that actually looks like. But of course, we'll be spending the better part of the winter developing what our plan will be. We also will have a lot more clarity by then on exactly how much the school consolidations will be able to be part of that situation. The last piece that we have out there is that our research agent, Hanover, is currently doing a research project for us on our site-based budgets. As CFO Schleisner referenced, we still don't have the right balance given declining enrollment in a lot of our schools. So they're doing a research project to kind of determine what that balance could and should be. So we'll need the results of that. So there's a lot of things that'll kind of come together in the winter.
Thank you. Other questions, Director Geiger?
As we look at right sizing, both in terms of the district overall and site-based budgeting, how much or how are we talking to our building leaders about this? I assume they know some of this may be coming. That would lead to, I mean, do we expect a tendency for building leaders to increase their retention? Do we know exactly how they're going to respond to that? And bluntly, do we have building leaders looking at who might need to be cut next year?
So we do have a budget steering committee that is very engaged on the site-based budget and the original development of that. We meet on a yearly basis to talk about various different issues. So that's our core group that we're engaging with to say, here's the analysis that we're doing with Hanover, and here's the results of that, and get their professional input on what that looks like within their schools and schools like them. So I think there's a lot of really good information detail that comes from that group. We've also just been engaging with principals as a whole. As we have district leadership team meetings, we talk about the budget, and we talk about what's coming, and we talk about legislation. This won't be a shock to them, and they do send us emails and give us input, and we've engaged in a lot of these conversations as we've talked about the carryover aspect of their budgets and what that would look like for them. And I think they're really understanding they're going to have to start playing a part in what this looks like into the future. And what that looks like, we're still working through together, but we're definitely doing it as a team.
Are any teachers involved in those groups?
We haven't had teachers involved in that. I don't know if they have there's so many pieces and parts to the budget overall. Now, whether they have that conversation at the school level, I don't know. Maybe you can give us more on that.
Yeah, I think from the budget steering committee, we don't have teachers on that particular group of just administrators that are giving feedback looking at site-based budgeting. However, on a very granular level, as we're building programming and looking at staffing, offerings, those are regular conversations administrators are having with teachers through their building leadership teams, through department meetings, et cetera. So those are happening on a regular basis. A lot of that also happens just as you look from a secondary standpoint, as they look at course offerings, as you head into November of certain school years, as they start offering that. So it naturally happens every single year to make sure their budget represents those offerings and opportunities they provide for students. And that's, again, K through 12 as well.
Directors, we have about 4 minutes left. Superintendent Kane.
I would just further add that, especially since we've been in declining enrollment for a while, our school leaders are used to right sizing. This is a process that goes on every single year in our schools. It might be a little more challenging for the 27-28 school year than it typically is. But every school year, our leaders have to sit down with their budget and make adjustments based on declining enrollment. And so they are always thoughtful about which positions are staying and which positions need to be displaced. That's been a conversation in our schools every single year for quite a while.
Director Thompson.
Yeah, so when considering cuts, is there a process of like, before we consider cuts of like FTE positions, we're gonna freeze certain types of expenditures? So things like travel or how food is spent or how much money is spent on food, things like that. Are those considerations that happen or no?
I think it's always part of a consideration, but when 85% of your budget is people, it's hard not to have that conversation about FTE. I think as we continue to do the research and get more information using Hanover, I think this conversation will become much more clear in the future.
Director Thompson.
Yeah, and I just kind of wanted to point out, there was a slide that talked about some of the savings that were realized this year from cuts, and the number is still really big, right, for continued cuts. And so, just thinking about how that's looked over time, like even with that sizable amount, it's still, we didn't feel like we did a dent. And is that something that we should think is going to end up happening? Because right now we have like kind of a roundabout number of what the deficit looks like. But if I would assume that, so let me try to think how to word this. So I didn't think it would be as high as it was based off the cuts that were made this year. So are we expecting that number to flux more, or I'm just trying to understand how it's working year over year?
We have stayed pretty close to the change in fund balance over the past several years, and that's my experience of where I've been watching it in this position. So we've stayed very close to that budgeted amount, and we have tight controls over the budget to make sure that they're not overspending. Again, it's that revenue side that's a little bit of unknown into the future, or actually a big unknown into the future. There's so much still to happen within as the next, we just finished this legislative session. As that one starts up, that will get more clear. And then we have a lot of research. We need to do this smart and not quickly. And so I think we know what that's going to look like. We're going to see what that consolidation of schools looks like, as Superintendent Kane mentioned. This is the first time we've done that, so a lot of good information is going to come about as we actually start consolidating those schools and seeing what staff has doubled up and what is not. We have $4.2 million budgeted right now for just those extra staff members that we're bringing over to help with that consolidation as we're protecting those jobs for 1 year. So it's going to be really telling to see what that looks like going forward. And then as we get more information from Hanover. So I think we're still early to figure out what that's going to look like next year, because we want to do it right. We don't want to do it fast.
So
I think I formed
directors, we're out of time. Is there a motion to extend our time?
I would move to extend the time 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Yeah. Okay. There's a motion by Director Ryan to extend for 2 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Director Geyer seconded. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Densler? Meek, aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson? And passes, you said aye.
Aye.
Passes 7-0, 2 minutes.
Yeah, try not to forget my question now. So I was trying to shape the question better. So for our planned use of savings it's being used this year is 20 million, plus we have fund balance that's being used to cover the increase in expenditures and transfers to the general fund budget. So for me, I'm adding those two numbers together and saying that's kind of the deficit from the incoming revenue that we're using to fund next year. Now, I understand there's savings. So next year, we probably, those savings will be used to offset the use of fund balance, right? And so I don't know, it just feels to me like that number's a lot bigger than the last number we received, which I'm trying to remember what it was this last time. So
Yeah, thank you. I understand that question a little bit better now. So that 20 million is a hodgepodge of things. So we're just getting to where our vacancy savings is reducing. So we're able to fill those positions much better than we have been able to in the past several years. So that vacancy savings is starting to go away. But what we were doing as we had those vacancy savings, which there was some in this current fiscal year, that we continue to capture that savings and use as one-time expenditures to make sure that our system was getting what it needed to keep moving forward. So we're able to, since they were used for one-time expenditures, we're not going to experience those going forward, and that's not necessarily a cut that we have to make into the system. It is one-time expenditures that we're not pushing into the future. So it's not necessarily a cut to an ongoing thing. It's something that we invested in on a one-time basis. That's part of that 20 million. Plus what we did this time around was there was a lot of positions specifically in the operations and maintenance budget that we continue to post and budget for that we just weren't able to fill. So instead of continuing to budget for those items and not be able to fill them, we pulled those back and said, we're just gonna not budget for those positions right now, and we're gonna capture that savings in that $20 million. So these aren't things that we're gonna have to cut again into the future or things that we're having to cut on an ongoing basis. They were really one-time in nature or positions that we haven't filled for quite a while, and we just pulled them out of the budget. Did that
so
help
like
answer
a
a little bit better?
reduction of ongoing expenditures is really how that is. Okay, that helps.
Okay.
Great. Well, I will move us forward then with thanking you for the presentation and the opportunity to discuss the budget. Just as a reminder, directors, by state statute, we're required to approve the budget at our next and final regular meeting for the school year, which is on June 9th in 2 weeks. So again, thank you for the presentation. That takes us into item 9.2, screening for reading risk overview, with a 10-minute presentation and a 10-minute Q&A. And I will turn it over to Superintendent Kane.
Yes, our Chief Learning Services Officer, Matt Reynolds, is going to do this presentation.
All right, good evening, directors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to share an overview with you. I'm going to give some context to this overview and where the request came from. Several months ago, as part of an overview, he locked me out. Okay. Oh, there we go. Back in March, as part of our normal processes with the District Accountability Committee, I provided an update on our Unified Improvement Plan. This is one component of our Unified Improvement Plan, and you can see our major improvement strategies there. This additional screening is part of one of our major improvement strategies, and that was provided in the March update. Some additional context I wanted to provide, that this is in response to legislation that was passed back in 2025, which is 25-200. This is the timeline that was provided by the Colorado Department of Education in regards to when this law is going to go fully into effect. And that's really the 27-28 school year. So right now is our opportunity to really be able to try and explore some different things, set the stage for us to really fully implement the law when it's fully into effect. There's some additional context that goes within this law. As with any law that's passed, they have to respond to that and create rules. They have to update their processes at the state level for data collection. So those are all things that are happening at this time. Additional context to that is they are also reviewing their assessments that we get approved to use. This is part of that context, so not just their interims, but also the assessments used for this additional screening. You can see that that window is fairly large. It runs from June to October when the State Board of Education actually does their approval. So we're waited with bated breath to see what decisions they make in regards to the assessment. And then after that, it's the rules and then the reporting. And so there's a lot of uncertainty in regards to the law itself. As for us, we have several phases for implementing additional screening. We're currently in phase 1, where we're looking strictly at doing the screening for kindergarten students. It was really our opportunity to phase in screening for kindergarten students to learn, to do professional development with our staff, and you'll see some images of that in just a minute, to really train not only the teachers themselves, but some of the literacy specialists that are part of those schools. And we did that in the spring in alignment with the law. So we're trying to be ahead of it, but also align to the law. So we did that in the last 90 days before school got out. Phase 2, which is next fall, we're going to add additional screening for other grade levels, which is 1st through 3rd. That happens in the fall. So the law has kindergarten in the spring and the rest of grade levels in the fall. So we're aligning ourselves with that, with full implementation for the 27-28 school year. A few context items for that particular bill and our approach. So some of the things, early screening is really beneficial. If you're able to identify students who have early signs of reading risk, if you can identify them early and provide targeted intervention, they're more likely to be able to reach grade level expectations. And you can see some of the key benefits. One key component of this is this law, although separate, has to be incorporated into the READ Act, which is our early literacy law. And so part of the context that we're looking at is how does this additional screening fall into line with that additional law, which is the READ Act. And so that's part of our conversations and waited with bated breath from the state to see what that looks like. Our screening process, we assess students on some different aspects, specifically those characteristics of dyslexia. And so we're screening for like letter naming, letter sounds, things like that. We're screening, doing some additional screening in addition to what they're currently doing in the classroom with their core programs and our approved interim assessment. And really that purpose is to identify students early and provide them interventions where it's needed. A few things that we did, we had several different instruments that were in use prior to this law being passed, and so we brought it back to our principals and asked them of the menu of options that they were currently using, what was the preferred instrument that they wanted. We have a couple of them listed, the literacy tasks and dibbles. We also had Lexercise, which is otherwise known as the Mississippi Dyslexia Screener. That was something that was being used in our schools. That particular screener is only for K1, and this is for K1, 2, and 3. And so we asked the principals, and they were able to make those choices going into this first year. We may not have those choices in the future as the state decides what assessments are approved. So again, we're waiting to see from the state what that looks like. And these tools that we're using are certainly not diagnostic. We're literally looking at what part of the reading students are struggling with, and that's what we're responding to. Professional development was something that was a big component for this year. We had many conversations with our principals in regards to what this process is going to look like when they fully implement. But we also took it as an opportunity as a learning year. It's all one thing to say you're going to do it on paper, but when you actually implement something, what does it look like? How are the teachers responding? How are the students responding? And so this year was all about learning on that front. We provided kindergarten teachers 2 days. So we paid for substitute teachers for them to be able to be trained on the instruments itself and also the data analytics and how to respond to that. This next fall, we're going to kick off by doing similar trainings for grades 1, 2, and 3, those teachers as well. So we're really excited about that. This is really the fun part, the teacher training. We brought teachers together regionally to provide training for them, and you can see them really engaged in the conversation. It was wonderful to see that many teachers really engaged and excited about doing this work. And here's some more pictures. Nice to see all the smiles. Anytime you're asking teachers to do something additional, you're always worried about how they would respond. And they had very positive responses. I'm certainly not going to read all of the quotes, but I wanted you to see that. It was really important for us to understand and learn more from the teacher experience of this so that we can learn how best to provide training and support for them as it goes live when the law takes fully into effect. So you can see there's several different slides that has their feedback, which is great. One of the things that we did this year is we provided principals with a toolkit for communication for the parents of kindergarten students when we did the screening. It's really important for us to be able to send a common message out so that they understood what the purpose is, what the timeline was, and really all of the details regarding that. We also provided some supports. There's some links down at the bottom for parents that were linked in the communications to say, here's the results and here's some things that we're doing, here's some things that you can do at home. One of the things we did is we had an informational session. If you have the opportunity to watch it, I suggest that you take advantage of that, which you heard from our experts in regards to all things with this screening. That was something that we did about a month ago. Before I turn it over for questions, some of the things that we're looking forward to next year, of course, we're expanding this screening into grades 1, 2, and 3 in the fall, doing it within the first 90 days. But we're also waiting to hear back from the state, and this is a really unique opportunity that we have with the state because they're asking us for feedback and we're asking them for feedback in regards to this new law before it fully takes into effect. So we're really excited about things to come. With that, I'll take questions.
Well, thank you for the presentation. And I know this was a similar presentation to DAC. I think Director Densler was there. And I know the principal rep on the DAC did a phenomenal job speaking to it too and kind of explaining and answering questions. But with that, I'll just open it up for questions. Director Densler.
Just out of curiosity, I know that that 90-day window does allow for some leeway. Excuse me. Are we, like, I don't know if the screeners take into account or are, trying to account for like learning loss that happens over the summer. I doubt that that would maybe skew the results, but is that something that, I don't know, families should be worried about, that like their kids might have something come up on their screener, but it's only because they haven't necessarily been in class all summer? I don't know if that makes sense.
Certainly, these instruments, they're geared to measure certain specific skills for students. You would anticipate seeing maybe some of that loss, and that would be taken into account as we look at the data and understand that this is one piece of the body of evidence for students. And so it's more complicated than just looking at one specific test, but there may be some learning loss over the summer, but we would want to look at the full body of evidence for student performance in order to understand that a little bit better.
So in other words, if your kindergartner didn't have any issue when they took the screening this past spring, but maybe in the fall there might be something that the teacher wants to go over that isn't in and itself like cause for concern.
100%, and that's part of the communication. One assessment does not, a whole future make, and so one of the things that we want them to look at is the entire body of evidence for a student to see, is this an aberration or is this a pattern of student learning?
Great, thanks. Director Thompson.
Thank you for the presentation. What proportion of our schools chose DIBELS versus literacy tasks?
I'd say the vast majority of them selected literacy tasks. We do have some of our charter schools who are on the ELAT grant who are already using DIBELS as part of that grant, and so they are participating in using that. But by and large, most of the schools are using the literacy tasks.
Okay, I would be remiss not to say I was disappointed, because I was hoping for a valid and reliable tool, one that's valid and reliable against our diagnostic tools. Now, moving that aside, you had mentioned, it is non-diagnostic. It's supposed to identify reading risk and characteristics of dyslexia. Well, depending if you're using DIBELS or not. For families that might be listening in, getting a dyslexia diagnosis is very expensive. And the fact that the district is offering this screener to help identify that risk and provide our students with additional supports as needed is such a big deal. It's very important. And as long as your student is receiving the reading and literacy supports that they need, that diagnosis becomes less vital or important. You know, it could be helpful, obviously, for varied reasons, but getting the needs that addressed in school is the ultimate goal here. And so I appreciate the work towards the effort, and I look forward to future refinement.
Director Geiger?
Do we have any idea how many kindergartners we caught? Do we have any kind of feedback yet on whether or not this new set of screening provided us with new information and about how many kids we may have helped?
Great question. That's going to be part of our work moving forward. We have the results to be able to look at. Now is our opportunity to really look at those results through the lens of, what does this tell us in terms of a student's performance? It's not one single task that we're looking at, so it's a multiple tasks. And so part of the complexity is if a student does well on 3 of the tasks but not 1, what does that tell us versus a student who does well on just 2 of those tasks? And so part of our work moving forward is learning to better understand what this data is telling us and also how we incorporate it into their body of evidence. So right now it's not real clear to us about the identification. Part of it also has to do with the state. When the state comes out with clear rules on their approved assessments, they'll have guidelines and cut scores for each different assessment and each different task that will tell us what response we should have and whether or not it's at risk versus not at risk. And so that's something that's going to be coming from the state as well.
And how does that assessment follow the student throughout our district, or if the student leaves the district?
For us, we keep that data. That's something that goes along with the student's body of evidence. And when they leave us, that data follows them in part of their CUME file. How other states and districts receive that, I don't know, but it does follow them in our system.
When does the state's data with the cut scores come out? Like, when is that anticipated?
So the first step is going to be them approving the assessments, which is anywhere between June and October. Then once they've approved the assessments, then they'll start doing the rulemaking in regards to how we handle those assessments and the cut scores that are associated with that. So we anticipate that happening before the 27-28 school year when it goes fully in implementation.
Other questions? All right, thank you very much for the presentation and the update. We appreciate it. All right, we are now moving into item 10.1, consideration of charter school applications submitted by the Renaissance PK-12 Charter School. We have 5-minute presentation and 20-minute discussion scheduled. And I don't know if we're just jumping straight to Dr. Stewart speaking, or if Mr. Mosher is presenting anything.
Yes, Mr. Mosher will be presenting.
It takes a while to get down
Just
those
took him a
stairs,
minute.
so sorry. And it's dark, so, okay. Thank you.
Okay, good to go. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Again, there's some slides at the beginning here where I'd like to go through before we get into the actual formal recommendation, just to walk through again the steps of our process for the public and for you as a board to see those steps that we do take on an annual basis. But this is the staff recommendation for the charter school application this year. Just again, as public knowledge, Charter School Act of Colorado requires that the Board of Education receive and review all applications for charter schools, and in the event that a board says we're not taking applications, then that is actually a denial, and that will go to the State Board of Education for their review. So we do, as a Douglas County School District, welcome high-quality charter applications. Got the word annually there twice, I just noticed that. Between February 1st and April 1st, and we did that this year as well. We did receive one application, again, just consistency and the reasons and the naming of what we're doing. If Renaissance current 612 had the space of their current land, they would have submitted an expansion application to the district to expand programming on their current land site. Because they don't have space, you've heard that word expansion, they are expanding that programming, but by definition of our policy and by definition of everything we've talked to other authorizers around the state, that is a new charter application because they don't currently have those grades and they don't currently have the space to use that land that they're on right now to expand. So it's a new school. So it's really a new school location, or it's a new campus that's an arm of that current school, okay? So that is the one application that we have. It's a pre-K-5. I want to note that preschool, to my knowledge and my understanding and talking with them in the capacity review, is not something in years 1 and 2, and I think it comes in year 3 is where they wanted to do that, but they definitely would like to have that put in the application, or put in the application at this point, so that we don't have to come back and add that again as another layer of programming down the road, which we would have to do if it wasn't there at the start. So the submitted application was in by April 1st. They did participate in a capacity interview with the full CART team, and that was also representatives of the FOC, the LRPC, and the DAC on that review team, where we had a holistic debrief as a team afterwards on April 22nd. The presentation was given to you by the applicant on May 12th, and also the first public hearing opportunity for the public to speak in favor or opposition. And you had public hearing number 2 here this evening already today. Again, the components are standard. You'll see these, every one of the rubric pieces that when a charter application comes in, the CART team actually has a tool that we use, a rubric, a standard rubric, to evaluate every section of that's listed there. So every one of those sections, members of CART actually sit and go through and read the application. The members of the FOC, DAC, and LRPC again look through their lens and their areas of expertise, and we pull all that information in to make a solid recommendation that we bring to Cabinet to transform into a staff recommendation, which you received already. I want to also say April 16th, I did meet with the full DAC to receive their feedback. Every member of the District Accountability Committee received the full application and had the opportunity to review and then provide feedback through the DAC liaison, who was on the CART team, to the team and help us make that staff recommendation. The public comment opportunity was again May 12th. Tonight we're at public hearing number 2. The public comment staff recommendation will be given, and then it is up to you as a board to either approve or deny. We have submitted both of those resolutions for your consideration after we give the recommendation. Okay?
Any questions for Mr. Mosier?
Okay, so on with the recommendation from staff. What happened, Mark? There we go. So the recommendation from staff is to conditionally approve the application for Renaissance Pre-K-12 Charter School, which is their Pre-K-5 campus, again. The letters of interest were submitted above the projected opening. So there's a projected opening, there's a break-even number, I believe it was 372. That's what they say. We need that many students to be financially viable. They've submitted above that in terms of letters of interest that they have brought to the to us. That was verified during the capacity interview, where one of the questions asked was, who on this team verifies the authenticity and the accuracy of those letters of interest, stating that they will be there. That was stated that we have that evidence and we are prepared to have those people. They have said they will be there. The proposed budget then works. That's kind of how this whole thing works. If you have the numbers of students, then you have the interest and you have the ability to run a budget. If you don't have the interest numbers, you don't have the ability to make an economically sound budget. And in the spring of 2025, the feedback from staff and the board was that an application would be welcome in the future when there was demonstration of demand that had been established. Based on that, Mark. So, and you've received these as well. In the event that the board does approve the application, staff does recommend the following milestones and conditions. I don't want to read through every one of them. These are consistent with what we've done in the past. If you go back and look at the conditional approval of Lehman Academy, the most recent, you'll see these things. You want to see above and beyond, because we know there will be attrition. We know that not every student who says, would love to go to that school, or a parent who says, I would love to have my child go to that school, is not going to show up day one to enroll. So we want to get some of those metrics built in to make sure that we're making sure we have accurate numbers and representation. So these are very consistent with what we've done in the past. You can see there's provisions on zoning, district requirements. These are things that the charter school is going to have to do anyways. These are things that they would have to do. The point of these is to help guide them and work with them to help them be successful, as they want to be successful, obviously, and we don't want to make a recommendation on an application that we do not think would be successful. So we want to working in partnership with them. As we move down to the bottom one, this is, there is a requirement to use the district's open enrollment tool as we get into that open enrollment right before the actual opening. So in the fall of 27, we want to be able to see those. If the charter schools use our tool, which we've consistently expected in the past, it helps us then see where are those students actually applying from, what school are they currently in, what are the actual numbers. We can get a really good picture of that, and it helps us. It's something that we weren't able to do, obviously, in the John Adams Academy application. We don't know where those numbers are moving because they don't use our tool. This helps us use our own tool, so we know what is the impact, where the kid's moving from, and we have a good picture of where everything's moving. I'm already over time, but again, all of the things that are pretty consistent with things that we know they would need and things that they've pretty much already identified they would need to do in order to be successful in an opening. And now it's for your discussion.
Thank you very much. I will open up for discussion. Director Thompson.
Thank you. Now I do have a question for you. Can you just walk me through the letters of intent? So whether it's what it means when it's verified versus not verified, and then, well, let's start there.
Thank you. So letters of interest and letters of intent, and we kind of use those a little bit interchangeably. But in reality, so by law in Colorado, the Colorado Charter Schools Act says that a district cannot verify those letters of interest or intent until there's an application or a contract in place. So we're not able to say, tell us those exact student names, what school are they in, where are they coming from, what age are they, what grade are they applying to. We can't do that until there's an actual contract in place with the school. Once we have that, that's why we would say use our tool, and now we can actually verify. So we can verify those because they're hard enrollments at that point.
Thank you, that's helpful. And so the 150% or 1.5 times of the opening that would be due in January, that would then be, just being super clear, the verified letters that we've been able to confirm through the open enrollment tool.
In January of 28, let me make sure.
It's like 27, isn't it?
27?
I don't have it open yet.
Let's see. I don't know if I have that. Let me go back. It's a good question. Mark, can you help me get back?
You don't have all the dates memorized.
I know. I won't click. There we go. Thank you. Keep going. Yes. So we are asking this one's, they're not using our enrollment numbers at that point, but we are asking them to actually verify those and give us more information than just, we've got 72 people who've said they want to be in kindergarten. We've got 37 people who want, we're actually saying, give us some more evidence there. This one's not using our tool because that school, because they're not really in the system yet at that point to be opening up. So we're saying at that point, we want to see some traction because you should be at that point where we're looking at that.
Okay,
I'm gonna take turns. Other questions? Director Geiger and then Director Callahan.
So as I read this, the first time that the district would be able to confirm students would be that December 1, 2027 deadline?
Correct, because the open enrollment tool would open November 1st, and so the school would actually, we would work with them. We would work with them and say, listen, you got to be realistic with us, and if you're not ready to open, if there's any delays, if there's anything that you're looking at, and we've done this in the past. This district has said, you know what, we've worked with a charter school and said, let's push that a little bit. Maybe you're not seeing the numbers that we want. Last thing we want to do is open up an open enrollment and say, on November 1st of that year, put your name in and say, I'm coming, and then for something to happen and that not to come to fruition. Now, it still could happen. We had that in the last Lehman, and they end up leasing a church space, and they made it work, and they got through that, and now they're flourishing. But yeah, that's the first time we would actually be able to say, put your name in the system, and I'm saying, here's my enrollment.
And based on your experience, would they have broken ground by that time?
But a year, that's 18 months in advance, I would hope, for sure.
Thank you.
Director Callahan?
Could you talk us through the shift from the last time Renaissance applied to now, and why the shift in recommendation?
Thank you. I would say strong application in many areas in both years. The biggest shift, letters of interest from families that demonstrate a budget that works. They did not have that in the last application cycle, and they do now.
Director Thompson.
Thank you. Still on topic. So last year, we saw communication that stated, they had 239 letters of intent, and when applying, a formula that's pretty widely accepted, that would translate to approximately 16 student enrollments. And so with that reality, is it safe to say that I could just double that number to have an estimate on how many enrollments these letters of intent actually might produce?
I appreciate the question, and I will tell you, I have been asking for national or state level research on that since this time last year. Unfortunately, there isn't, and it's more of a feeling, or it's more of a historical contextual knowledge from authorizers who've done this. I would say that a lot of discussion hinged this year again on, does that really, is that the same broad span for a core knowledge classical school where there's a number of them, or is this type of school that is really a niche program that's a highly selective program that you hear the passion of the people who enroll, are they more likely to say, hey, this is a school that I really am committed to, and I will drive an hour to get there because this aligns with my familial, aspirations. I don't know the answer to that. We go on this. I guarantee you it won't be every one of those will show up. I can guarantee, I don't want to put my job on it, but I would guarantee that pretty much not every one of those would show up. We just don't know what that ratio will be. But I will say that the CART team and staff felt much better having a higher number being submitted than not even the number to open.
I have a quick question. I realize those milestones and conditions are created based on the expertise of our district. Like these, in order to help you be successful, these are milestones and conditions that need to be met. What happens if the school isn't able to meet those? What does that look like? What are the cost, risks? Just what's that process look like?
I appreciate it. Could I defer to General Counsel Klemesh?
I appreciate the question, and I first want to state that I'm really just restating what the Charter Schools Act. I'm not providing legal advice here in public session, but essentially once the contract is entered into with a charter school, in order to, if there were a reason for negating that relationship, you would need to go through the steps that are provided for in the Charter Schools Act as well as in the charter contract. Generally speaking, that would include notice of a breach of the contract, because the contract will include each and every one of those conditions. So if a condition is not met, that would be considered a breach of the contract. And we'd have to go through notice of breach, giving the charter school, which is typically part of a contract, opportunity to cure the deficiency. And then there's a dispute resolution process that is allowed for in the contract, and that is also typically provided for in the Charter Schools Act. If in fact that resolution process doesn't resolve the difference between a charter school and a public school district authorizer, because at that particular juncture, even though it's a conditional contract, it is still considered a binding contract and the district is considered the authorizer. At that juncture, if dispute resolution fails, there would be a termination hearing before the district's Board of Education. If there was still an opportunity for resolution, if that finding is unfavorable to the charter school, it can be appealed to CDE, to the state board. So that's a general overview of the process.
Thank you. Did you have a question, Director Parker?
I will wait. I'm still processing.
Okay, Director Thompson. Director Denzer.
Thank you. I think that's something that was brought up in our last meeting that I just still am having a hard time reconciling, is the fact that within the 2027-2028 school year, we are moving sixth grade. And so the wait lists that we hear about in public comment, while very real, and while, you know, I'm heartbroken that there are students who have not been able to get into Renaissance Magnet, can you remind us, just for our own edification, like, sixth grade is moving, does this then potentially open spots up at REMS?
I can. I appreciate the question. I looked at the numbers this morning, actually. So I will say, you know, currently at the Renaissance Elementary Magnet School, kindergarten has a wait list of 70 students. And then as you go up, 32, 19, 17, 22, 10, 23. This has historically been what we've seen. A lot of people on the wait list at kindergarten, and then not so many as they go up in those grade levels. As we do, I think I would let Assistant Superintendent Windsor talk about the actual numbers of classroom spaces that would open. I don't know what that would be, but I do know that if sixth grade moves up, there will be room to take some of that demand away.
Thank you very much. Typically, if you had to look at just real numbers, you're probably talking 2 to 3 classrooms. It also could be dependent upon how specials then reach out into some of those classrooms as well. So you'd probably be looking anywhere from probably 40 to 60 students that would be opening up space within that facility, which could be anywhere from 2 to 3 classrooms, depending upon how their numbers kind of fall within enrollment in each of those classrooms.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Director Parker, are you ready?
I just don't know how we're supposed to make a decision on this when the numbers are so up in the air, especially seeing that we're moving to sixth grade. And so it's not a question, but I'm struggling with that.
Director Ryan and then Director Thompson.
So looking at the budget that was provided, it's based on a 450 student number. Is that correct?
There are two. We require a full enrollment and then a 372 break even, like minimum expectation budget. There's two that submitted.
Okay. The 450 obviously lays out this is what we would love to be able to provide, and then the 372 is paired back to this is what we can provide and still be financially responsible?
Yes.
Okay. And there were not letters of intent that got anywhere close to that 450 number. We're at 408.
Right.
And some of that is first grade as a 96 letters of intent. We've at least the way the budget is written, there's a 72 student load that they could take in first grade, so that takes 24 off of there, so we're sitting somewhere around 380. That's still above the 370 amount. Is that something that was taken into account before giving us this recommendation?
I mean, it was definitely played in, but when we look at the budget, we actually, after the capacity interview, the initial budget that was submitted was inclusive of both schools. And one of the questions from the finance, FOC and the district finance people on the team was, can we get another budget separated out that's just the new school so we can see what exactly is there? And everything that played out in that conversation was, again, based on just that school, just those base minimums, and also the hopeful numbers. And are they able to do that with economically viable situations, without any reduction in programming, and without any impact for student safety? Those are the big considerations.
Director Thompson.
Well, you just gave me a new question. I'm gonna get to mine. Okay, so, I was looking at that contingency budget, right? So they don't reach the numbers, and that means there's not gonna be music, there's not gonna be PE, they're gonna cut interventionists. But the reality is they're actually gonna have both budgets combined. So now if they don't actually, how does that work? So if they don't reach the number that they're at, but then they can use the enrollment numbers of that combined budget to say, hey, we're still viable?
Yes, yes.
So
They can share money across, if that's what you're asking. Can they say, hey, we need a little bit of inflection from our existing $1.2 million fund balance or whatever it is, that we could say we can help do some impact here? Yes, they could do that.
Okay. So it could impact their current charter school and what it's providing if they are struggling with numbers at the new location. It could. If they're having a combined budget and they're trying to stay viable to open.
Yes, if they're taking money out of the same bucket, then, I guess maybe. I don't think they want to. I don't think they want to do
I don't
that.
think any of us would like
Exactly,
that.
totally, right?
We'd rather it be successful.
I'm gonna go to Director Densler.
I think more just like a comment that I'm sort of trying to verbally process my feelings with, and more than a question. Just, I don't know, we just heard that the house is on fire financially, right? And that we've had to consolidate 6 schools, and there's a non-zero chance that someday in the future we're gonna have to consolidate more. And that is just, I find myself struggling a little bit. I get that we're not talking about the same pots of students necessarily. I get that we're not necessarily talking about the same pots of money. It's just that down the road, if there's a school pairing proposed in my district, my constituents are gonna look at me on the one hand approving a new charter school, and on the other hand having to close their neighborhood school, and I'm having a really hard time with that. And I know that there's nothing that, I get that these are separate conversations, but I think that for the people out there who don't understand all the intricacies of this is hard. This is a hard thing to work through. So again, not really a question, but I think it's something that are at least on some of my constituents' minds.
Director Geiger.
I have one more question for Mr. Mosier, and then I have a motion. I assume you've spoken to Renaissance and they're okay with these conditions? That's not absolutely clear in the presentation.
Thank you for the question. So what we do is we go through kind of line by line of the rubric and give them information, and we say in there the recommendation will be provisions related to this, provisions related to enrollment numbers, provisions related to land acquisition, provisions related to those things, but the actual dates and numbers had not been fleshed out by staff at that point when we gave that recommendation back to them. And we haven't done that in the past. We haven't said, here's the actual language that will be in there, but holistic pieces that said, here's what that will look like.
Okay, but this is in essence, if we approve the resolution as written, a lot of ifs, this is the take it or leave it position for Renaissance for their expansion.
The resolution as written would require these provisions to be included in the charter contract.
Okay, so there's no room for the district to go
There's no
around
room
us.
for negotiations on those conditions.
Madam President, I would move that we extend the time for discussion on this topic by 15 minutes.
I second.
Okay, it's been moved by Director Geiger, seconded by Director Parker, sorry, I'm tired, to extend 15 minutes. I'll call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Densler?
Aye.
Geiger?
Aye.
Meek? Aye. Parker?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Thompson? Aye. All right, it passes 7-0. And so I think it's probably 17 minutes because we still had a couple of minutes, but just Director Callahan, I think you were next.
Could you talk us through what Renaissance's options would be if the board were to deny this?
I'll take that question. If the board denies this, we have the obligation as a school district to notify CDE, the Colorado Department of Education, and then the charter school that is the recipient of the denial, Renaissance, would have the opportunity to appeal the decision to CDE. And then if CDE could decide to override the decision of the Board of Education and potentially send it back to the board, or there might be certain directives provided.
And as a follow-up, would Renaissance also have the option to move to CSI if they so chose to?
They do not have the right to just move to CSI if they so choose to. Our school district maintains exclusive authority to authorize its charter schools. So in order for Renaissance to have the right to apply to or to be considered for authorization to CSI, we would have to release the exclusive chartering authority of our district in order to do that, for them to do that.
So the risk that if the board were to deny this, the risk is that then the state board overrules us and then they would be granted authorization. Is that correct?
I don't believe the state board can unilaterally authorize. It would have to go back to this Board of Education, as I understand it, for a decision after CDE would rule. So there'd be a directive to essentially send it back to this Board of Education for consideration, I'm assuming with certain conditions. I'm unfamiliar with the exact specifics of how that would work at this juncture.
Director Parker?
I have a question. And so a public commenter last meeting talked about Fox Creek Elementary having an EL Light program, and now that school is being combined with Acres Green. Do we know if Silver Spruce Elementary will have an E-Light program?
Is EL programming transitioning from Fox Creek into Silver Spruce, and will they be continuing doing EL programming there?
Yeah, I think there's some differing opinions around kind of Fox Creek. They're actually one of our model schools for EL across the nation, actually. And so they actually run a great expeditionary learning program. I think there's always fun competition. I think that's there, which is always healthy. And at the same time, they run a very healthy EL-based program where they host a number of sites throughout the U.S. to actually see the school. And so that idea of EL Light, I would probably could list other schools that don't maybe go full bore as probably Fox Creek, but Fox Creek and so our Silver Spruce will be an EL school moving forward as well.
Director Thompson?
So, we had concerns that came in, and it was addressed by the presentation last week as well, that, there are people in the community that are concerned that opening, a new charter in a declining enrollment feeder area, we know the whole district is experiencing declining enrollment, that it would harm neighborhood schools. And do you mind explaining why that's not a factor being presented currently?
Sure, I can do some, and then I'll have them fill in as needed. The Charter Schools Act in Colorado explicitly states that that cannot be a consideration for denial of a negative impact on existing neighborhood schools or other schools. That you can't just say, we're not going to allow this charter school to be successful because it will hurt or take away enrollment from other schools in the area.
So can you follow up on why that's important? Do you, like why the law does that, right? Like what it's protecting with parent choice and access to.
Exactly. I would say that, just like you're saying, Colorado's an open enrollment state. Our district is an open enrollment state. Parent choice is a valuable piece of educational opportunity in our state and in our district. And if a district were to say, we will always say that that goes against something that we do normally, or that's a different thing than we offer, they could easily just never allow for innovation, never allow for opportunity, never allow for choice.
I think part of the challenge right now is what Director Denzler was getting at, neighborhood school, parents who choose neighborhood schools are losing choices due to consolidation at times. We heard that in the Highlands Ranch area. And, just we believe in parent choice, and how do you balance the choices that all parents want to make? And I think it's tricky and it's challenging, and I think the way the law reads, we approve this because this is the way it works currently, but maybe something to think about in the future, like how to balance parent choice for all parents.
I would, and I thank you so much for the comment. In our latest numbers enrolling, looking at open enrollment, 27% of our students in Douglas County are in charter schools, while 11% of our neighborhood families choose a different neighborhood school. So almost 40% of our families currently choose a school other than where my address says I should go. And so that's really a big number of opportunities for our families.
Director Geiger?
I do believe as we approach that it's time for a motion on something. At this time, I would move to adopt the resolution approving PK5 charter school with the provisions A through K as submitted in the proposed resolution from the Douglas County School District.
Second.
All right, it has been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Callahan to adopt the resolution with the consolidation or considerations. I'll open it up for discussion, and I see, since Director Geiger made the motion, we'll start there, and then we'll go over to Director Thompson.
I don't want to minimize the concerns that were expressed last year, that I expressed last year, or the ones that have been expressed here. Obviously, I'd love if they came in with 600 letters of intent. I don't know if that's how the system works now. The things that balance me towards supporting this are, one, I think the conditions are appropriate. I understand that we could lead to litigation, and honestly, if this was a new charter, not one that we had worked with for years, I'd have more concerns. I think if there are concerns about opening this, that we have a relationship with the Renaissance people, that we can probably work with them to resolve those. Part of this is just that I made a commitment last year when I voted against Renaissance, is I said, go get me proof. They came back with proof. It's not what I might hope for or what I might wish, but I don't get to wave magic wands. They came back with enough letters of intent to start a school. There's a downside here. Worst case scenario, everything goes to pieces and we lose what is now a functioning, extraordinarily good school in Renaissance. Best case scenarios, we provide another opportunity of a type of school that is unusual, that provides an unusual and special involvement. I am biased somewhat because I know a kid who would not have succeeded in anything but an exponential learning, and I've been to that school and I've seen those kids succeed. It's not a perfect application. I wish I knew where they were gonna be, but I understand why they don't. I wish we had more letters of intent. I think I understand why we don't. But overall, with the conditions and the careful consideration, and again, the cooperation and relationship we have with this group, I am persuaded that it is time to try.
Dr. Thompson?
Thank you, Director Geiger, for those comments. I think for me, where I'm sitting right now is just highly concerned about the school being able to open successfully. And so thinking through, okay, you know, we have this resolution with conditions, which is an important piece to the puzzle, but I also think about who's going to be impacted by this decision today and by the success of the charter school and being able to open, and that's the families within the community and those that actually want to be enrolled in the school. And so kind of like what you alluded to when you mentioned, you know, before using the open enrollment tool, we want to make sure you're going to hit those numbers because families are going to open enroll, and then if your school doesn't open, those families are negatively impacted by that. And there are families that might make decisions about where they're living. There are families that might make decisions about a lot of different things based off of anticipation that an approved charter school is actually going to open. And so how do we also try to compensate for the fact that, I mean, I definitely I'm concerned. And so I'm thinking, you know, maybe we have a provision in the contract that talks about communication plans to interested parties. So those that have those letters in, those are intending to enroll, to make sure that they're being communicated with every time a milestone comes due. Hey, we met the milestone, or we didn't meet the milestone, and this is our plan. That way, at least we know that there is a good level of communication happening to the families that would be impacted either positively, as you mentioned, or could be negatively impacted if they don't make the numbers.
So I think we're in discussion. Are you suggesting a motion to amend the motion to approve to include an additional communications?
So I would say, I don't know if we need to have it in the resolution or if it just needs to be a motion maybe to staff to include in the contract, or is putting it in the resolution as a condition doing that?
If I may, I believe it's best in the resolution, and I would accept a friendly amendment to add section L.
Are we allowed to direct staff to?
Sorry, superintendent.
Superintendent Kane.
Sure. You have a couple of choices here. One is that you can add it as a bullet in the resolution. And I think, Director Thompson, if I'm understanding you, you want to include a provision in the charter contract that requires the school to notify its community, an email list, does that sound right, of compliance and its plan for correction with milestones?
And it might be already something they planned. I'm not assuming that they wouldn't openly communicate with their community. Just putting that out.
I would assume as much as well. If you want it as part of the resolution, the Board of Education, that is an option that you have. You can make another bullet, or it could be a separate motion to direct staff to put such a thing in the charter contract. So, but that would be a total of 2 motions.
Is there a preference?
I would propose we add a section L, because this fits in the condition, is that the applicant will maintain updates with anyone with a letter of intent or information regarding their compliance with sections A through K.
So Director Clark, do you accept that friendly amendment? Okay, so I will try to restate the motion that's on the table, and then we can continue with discussion. So there is a motion to amend, so we have to vote to amend, and then we vote on it. So there is a motion to amend the motion to approve the Renaissance PK-12 charter school application with conditions to include an item L that is to require the charter contract to require the charter to notify its community and email distribution list of its compliance with each milestone. Is that complete with what?
I think compliance or lack thereof.
Or lack?
And then plan.
It's planned for correction if it does not meet a milestone. Okay, so that is the motion on the table. There was a friendly agreement here, so any further discussion and we'll vote on that. Director Ryan.
So my concerns are tied to the students and partially what Director Thompson said, if this doesn't pan out. There are students that will be signed up for a school that does not end up coming into fruition, or if it does come into fruition, ends up closing. That is a tragedy for those kids, especially if they could not then easily get into REMS or something that is similar. The problem that I'm having is one of numbers. 372 is the break-even number that we've gotten. The only budget that we've gotten that lays out just for this school, as far as I have, is a 450 student allocation. That is not reflected in any of the letters that we've gotten. That is not. We have one for K through 12.
They're talking about yeah, so right now I'm gonna ask, let's vote on the amendment, so then we're all gonna discuss that. So since that's the motion that's on the table.
Sorry.
I'll go, that's okay. And then we'll go back into discussion. So we're voting on amending the resolution to include that additional item. I will go ahead and call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
No.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
All right, so it passes 6-1. So now we are discussing the resolution that has been amended.
We're about to run out of time.
I move to extend.
By how long?
15 minutes.
15. All right, this is very important. We want to get it right. So it's been moved by Director Parker, seconded by Director Geiger to extend 15 minutes. I'll call roll. Director Callahan?
Nay.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Right, it passes 6-1. So we are in discussion on this. You guys are giving me work tonight. Okay. So Director Ryan, please.
Sorry, that was my confusion and it was in my head. The only budget that we've gotten for this school specifically is the 450 student allocation. Director Thompson pointed out aptly that if for some reason the 372 is not met and the board allows that, even though that's a condition of this, the school could put some of the funding coming from their 6 through 12 toward those. However, that is detrimental to those students. That is not a good result, I would imagine, from here. The issue that I am running into is the 40 to 60 number that we just got for spots that are opening up at REMS, which seems to be acknowledged by the application that those open spots on the wait list could pull from these letters of intent. That is part of the application that we're using the wait list as a reason to say that we have the folks available. With the most conservative number, which is assuming that all 408 are accounted for, taking away 40 puts us below the 372. That's 368. That's the most conservative estimate. I would imagine that we need to pull some numbers out of there, which is at least 24 for the first grade that they cannot accommodate with the capacity. That then puts it sorry, I have multiple. At 344. That, to me, if 372 is break even, means school closure. I don't see how, with sixth grade moving, with an assumption that that opens up 40 to 60 spots, that coming in below 372, based on the most conservative of estimates and one that I think is more realistic, means that this is a viable school, even with the conditions that are there. That is the concern that I have, is that 408, despite being above 372, is not enough given the conditions that we have been given that this application lives in, which is including the wait list of REMs. So that is where I'm sitting on this.
Other discussion? Director Thompson.
The question for Gordon, the letters with the grade levels, is that for the anticipated year that they're going to open?
Sorry, can you repeat it again?
So the breakdown of the letters, so saying X amount are going to be in first grade, or are made up of first grade students from the letters, is that they'll be in first grade the year that the school would open?
That's my understanding, yes.
Director Densler.
Yeah, I think this is just really complicated and complex issue, and I hope that for just the edification of anybody listening in and just the broader public, like, it is really complex and it is not a simple choice. I think that I would be remiss if I didn't recognize like how outstanding the program like at Renaissance truly is. And I also think that it's important to recognize we have incredible neighborhood schools as well. I think that it just needs to be said that our neighborhood schools are incredible as well. That's not a reason why I'm, going to vote the way that I am. But I just want everyone to know, like, you can get a fantastic education at Renaissance, and you can get a fantastic education at all of the other schools in Douglas County as well. I think that I am persuaded by the argument that I think we have a duty to our parents and our families to offer choices. I think we have a duty to Renaissance to acknowledge the hard work that they've done. And I personally am kind of falling on the side of the approval with conditions. I think that it creates a better partnership between the school district and the school. I'm hopeful that you succeed. I want you to succeed. I want you to be there for our students that need you. But yeah, I think this is a complicated issue, and I think that anyone who tries to distill this into just like a pro or anti-charter narrative will be really, really drastically missing the point. So I hope that within all of that, we don't lose sight of the fact that these are really complex issues, and there's a lot to think about here, and there are a lot of voices that matter, and that ultimately, I think that we all are doing our best to serve the students of our district, and I just am so thankful for everyone who cares enough to even engage in this work.
I think that was so well said. Real quickly, Mr. Mosier, does Director Ryan's calculation in considering all those other factors influence your thinking at all?
Me? I would say that...
Maybe a better way to ask this, did the CART committee consider all of these other factors in their analysis? And I think that's what I'm getting at.
Thank you for that question. The CART committee definitely had members, the directors from our finance team had members of FOC and also had our charter school accountant. They looked at the submitted 5-year anticipated budgets for 450. They looked at the combined school of pre-K-12, and they looked at the separate budget. And in each of those scenarios, they felt that the budget was economically sound with the letters of interest submitted.
Director Callahan and then Director Parker.
Yeah, I would just second everything Director Densler just said. I think that was really well said. The other thing I think I would add to that is it takes considerable resources to gather these letters of intent. And so when a school is dedicating resources to gathering those letters, they're unable to dedicate those resources elsewhere. And so as somebody who's gone through the process, you're looking to reach a certain point and then you stop because going over that, there's a cost, there's an opportunity cost associated with that. And so I appreciate Director Ryan's point there, and I would say that there are other, I guess I would put forward that there are very likely many other families that are interested, and the school made a decision to not dedicate more resources to gathering those signatures.
Thank you, Director Parker.
Yeah, how do we know the 372 number is realistic with the changes of the district in the 6th grade? I just don't, with Director Ryan's numbers, and then the CART team did assess it, and then the Director Callahan is saying that like maybe sometimes you stop at 372 because you got the number that you needed. Like, how do we know the realistic picture?
I would say that the first provision is something that came directly from some of those concerns, which requires that the school show evidence of at least 3 public town halls within a 5-mile radius of the proposed site, including attendance logs. One of the things that staff and CART, and I think feedback from everyone, was that we wanted to see more of a community engagement. But like Director Callahan was saying, sometimes it's hard for a charter applicant to drum up as much support as they might like because they can't say we have a contract and we don't know exactly, we can't tell you exactly where the school is going to be. So we're kind of in this limbo area from both sides. Does that answer
Yeah,
that?
I guess, and then preschool, just because I have some history in preschool licensing and things like that, is a lot different than elementary school. So the building that they're finding is for elementary school. What is the plan for the preschool in just 3 years? Because the numbers are with the preschool included, even though it's not till year 3. When I look at the application, the budget does include preschool. And so how does that, with not knowing what a location is, not knowing when the preschool will come in 3 years, how do we navigate those things?
Thank you for the question. One of the provisions in the resolution actually provides that they'll submit floor plans with the Colorado Department of Early Childhood, ensuring preschool classrooms meet square footage, egress, sanitation requirements, because that definitely is a concern to make sure they're ready for that.
Yeah, and it has to be by January 15th, 2028, but then they don't want to open a preschool for 3 more years. Is that just because they want to cover their bases?
Thank you for the question. Yeah. In the original application, they talked a lot about kindergarten through 5, but when I saw that preschool was included later in those projected years, I specifically asked during the capacity interview, is your intent to open a preschool? And when we knew that is yes, we'd rather get ahead of that now rather than have to come back through for an expansion application at that point to then add preschool and help them guide them through this process of ensuring that their building is adequate for preschool if that is something they want to do down the line.
Okay, directors, we have about 4 minutes left, and I know Superintendent Keene wants to say something, and then we'll come back.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to go like 4 questions back. I just couldn't get everyone's attention. Director Meek, you asked if we had conversations about Director Ryan's concerns, and I can tell you, Director Mosier spoke on behalf of CART. I can tell you that in Cabinet, we had that exact same discussion, and at the end of the day, we concluded that we have no way to know for sure what the overlap is between the REMS waitlist and the intents. One of the reasons that we asked Renaissance to get letters of intent independent from the REMS waitlist was this very discussion. So I just wanted to acknowledge that concern and say that we did have that discussion in Cabinet, but in the end, we landed on a recommendation to approve with conditions because we just don't know for sure if there is that overlap. So I just wanted to address that.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you. Director Ryan.
Sorry, I did also do one more piece of math, which, given that may not factor into people's decision, but I did do the difference in expenditures versus revenue for that 372 number based on the 450 that we got for the school. It is a difference of $819,936. That's about 12% of the budget that's given to us in that 450. That is large for it. They've indicated in the application in the budgets that were provided for K through 12 how that would come about. That was not necessarily provided just for this specific school, so I did want to give that number, and it grows year to year, but that makes sense because the budgeting was based on the school growing.
Thank you. So we have 2.5 minutes. Raise your hand if you are waiting to ask another question. Director Tom? 2. Okay, so go. Director Thompson and then Geiger, fast.
It's actually not a question. I just want to point out that, obviously demand is our biggest concern that we keep having at the table. And I was a little bit surprised that we just weren't hearing from potential families at the first hearing, and we heard from families, and again, I'm not speaking, we've heard from families, we know the families that go to the school love the school, so I'm not speaking to that. It's just wanting to speak to the current demand. We really didn't hear from many people in the hearing today or by email that want to be enrolled, that are part of those letters. So,
Director Geiger.
Last year when I voted against this, I relied on the CART team. I never opened a charter school. In the end, I have to sit up here sometimes and make decisions on things that I am not an expert at. Last year when I voted against this, I said what conditions that were repeated, and I relied on the expertise of the CART team because I know the CART teams watched us open schools. I know the superintendent has opened schools. I know that Renaissance has opened schools. In the end, I understand the concerns, which is why the conditions exist, but not being a charter school expert, I'm going to rely on the charter school experts to help me through this process. I think those conditions make sense to me because in the end, I have to trust somebody, and it's the experts on CART that I choose to trust. I understand the concerns. I hope that none of them are relevant. But if they are and they become relevant, then you also all know where I stand on these conditions.
And I hope Renaissance is hearing, we want the school to be successful, and we're just struggling with that decision. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call a vote. Director Thompson.
do you mind just clarifying how consensus is reached with the CART? So, for example, the budget was the number of letters. It means that the budget was fine. How is that consensus reached with the CART? Is that like a vote
Sure.
on
No, I
each
think
item or component or rubric item?
Yeah, absolutely. So the way we run our process is that we, again, have small groups who are dedicated to each of the components of the application. Those letters A through, what is it, J? I think L maybe, it might line up with your resolution proposal. So small groups go through. We then have open forum discussion. We had that after the capacity interview as well. Everyone voices strengths and concerns. Is there anything we need more information in? That's when it came up in the capacity interview. Could we see a budget just for the one new school campus, not inclusive of the existing? Yes, we asked for that. They willingly submitted that. Those things are all talked about, and the consensus aspect is that everyone does a blind after that whole work session. We have we spend about 5 hours putting those things together, and then everyone in the room kind of gives their highlight of discussion, and then we do a blind just approve or deny vote. After that, if it's not consensus, I reviewed all those, then look at those. If there's anything that's not consensus at that time, we ask for another clarification and discussion. We all go through again, and then we have another blind vote. It was 100% of consensus after the second round.
Great. So I will remind us what the motion is, it's been moved by Director Geiger, seconded by Director Callahan, that the board approve the amended Renaissance PK5 charter school application with conditions. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Densler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Parker.
No.
Director Ryan.
No.
Director Thompson.
I recognize staff's recommendation. When comparing the advice we got last year and trying to apply the same standards consistently across 2 years, I'm just really struggling with that. And I appreciate the effort of staff to try to help with that. I'm just not there, so it's a no.
Okay, the motion passes 4-3. All right, with that, we will take thank you very much. We appreciate all of the information and the presentation, and with that, we are going to take a 15-minute break for 1:05. So what time would that be? It is
7:51.
We'll come back at 7:51. recess. We're now on item 10.2, policy BGE, first reading. And BGE is the policy process board retention or delegation of district policy. As a reminder, this is a first reading. It provides the board an opportunity to review proposed updates, ask clarifying questions, and provide feedback before any future consideration for adoption. Therefore, we're not taking any action on this evening. We'll begin with just a brief overview from staff and go into board questions. Superintendent Kane.
Good evening, Board of Directors. Policy BGE is the policy that identifies which specific policies have been reserved to the board for their authority. It includes all of the policies which the board needs to maintain authority to pass or to approve or to generate as required by law. And it also identifies those policies which have been delegated to the superintendent. This list in the form it's in was first generated in 2019. It was last updated in December of 2023. With respect to the policies and coordinating this chart to those policies that actually are posted on the website, you'll see that those policies where the board has maintained their authority over that policy are identified as board file policies, and those policies which have been delegated to the superintendent are typically identified as superintendent file policies. And in some instances, the superintendent file policies are considered in other vernacular as like the regulation, or it might be an exhibit which supports the implementation of a board file policy. But in other instances, we actually have board file policies which have a board file policy which is also a regulation to the policy. So there isn't really a clear delineation between board authorized or board maintaining authority over policies and then the superintendent has authority over the regulatory provisions. That's not always the case in all instances. The revisions that have been made reflect policy changes since the last revision in December of 2023. In some instances, the revisions reflect the addition of policies. For example, JICJA, the student use of communication devices in school, was recently passed by this board. That is added to this chart. JICJA-R is a regulation. I believe the policy itself designates that a regulation will be delegated to the superintendent. That is included in the chart, and it's presently under consideration by cabinet. Another example is FCB, school closure, consolidation, and relocation, was a policy passed by this board since December of 2023. The regulatory implementation was delegated to the superintendent by that policy, and that's FCB-R is included on this list, and there are a number of other instances where there are revisions similar to that. The other main revision to the policy really is with respect to form. Some recommendations have been made to assist the reader with looking at this chart, and that was to add the names of the sections to the policy in each instance in the hope of assisting the reader in knowing that Section A, for example, is foundation and basic commitments of the school district. There are sections A through L in the school district's policies, which reflect generally the content area or the subject matter area of that section of policy. Again, for example, Section I relates to instruction, Section J relates to students, Section G relates to personnel matters. And the goal here was to identify those sections separately, and then at the top of each of those sections to identify the board authority list and the superintendent authority. Board authority is on the left-hand side of the chart, and the superintendent authority is on the right-hand side of the chart. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that overview. I will open it up for questions. We have 10 minutes, I believe, reserved. Also, maybe I'll just also say thank you for the explanation. I think that was really helpful. And we are a policy governance board, which means we do delegate much of the operational policies to the superintendent, and those are those policies on the right-hand side. So it's really helpful seeing the newer policies that have been adopted added to this as well. Director Thompson, I think you were getting ready to ask a question.
So is it safe to say this document is supposed to serve as a running list of all policies in the district?
It represents all policies which have been adopted by the school's Board of Education as far as we can tell going back in time. When this list was first generated, it was generated in 2019, actually by CASB when they were doing an audit, if I recall correctly. They submitted this list to the district's I believe, a committee of people or the district, representatives of the district's board related to their recommendations of how the policy should be divided based upon their review of the district's policy at the time.
Just gonna call out was it pink elephant? What's the saying go? I don't know, I haven't used it before in conversation. It's just that, we've had, the policy H is not currently listed in this. That's been on the district website for many years. And yeah, so when we're determining whether or not we're gonna recognize a policy that's been passed by the board, I'm kind of struggling because, the website's changed over the years. There's not like a running document list that I was ever provided when I became a director of every policy that exists in the district with when it was officially adopted. I know we started to track policy adoptions and revisions at the bottom of documents, which is helpful. But for policy H, I've gone on the Wayback Machine, and that policy has existed on the website for a very, very long time. And it's hard to understand how we wouldn't say that it was an adopted policy when it's existed for so long. And it's the records, and there's no video of meetings that date back that far. So, and I guess this is a board file, so it's ultimately, is that a policy that we think should be listed here under board authority, or does the board feel like this is a policy that we need to have a conversation on and decide if it's a board policy?
I mean, I think to try to help explain this for maybe individuals that haven't followed along, there is a policy that is labeled as H on the district policy site and has existed there. And I think the challenge has been when the district did its audit in the move to a new electronic system, they could not identify when it was adopted. And so at this point, I think we do need to deal with that. I don't think that's tonight's agenda item, but I do think having a review of H policies makes a lot of sense. We currently have a collective bargaining agreement with the ATU, and I think it's really important that we review those policies and make sure that they're up to date and in a place that they need to be. I've been actually looking at different districts' H policies and have found some that I think are really well done. And so that could be a future agenda item for us to look at. And I think at the current time, there is an H policy that is posted on the website, and should it be added to this document, is what I'm hearing. Okay. Are there other questions on this? I had a question, and I think it was answered, but it's just been so busy. Like, I don't think we should ever have a board meeting on a Tuesday after a holiday weekend. I don't think it's fair to staff. I don't think it's fair to the board members. And so I apologize if I have an answer. The AD policy, the school district mission policy that says reserved for future policy, I really thought every district was required to have a policy that's AD, that lists its mission statement. And in addition, there's like other requirements, like it has to have safety in the mission statement in some way. So I'm just wondering, is that something we should flag as a priority for us to take a look at? Whoever can answer.
Yes, it has certainly been on our radar that you all need to pass a policy AD. Our mission statement being posted on the website is sufficient for the purposes of the statute, but we do need to, we do recommend that you guys consider a policy AD that formalizes the district's mission statement. You do have policy ADD, which is the, which addresses safety directly, but policy AD should be the mission statement.
Yeah, and I think the mission statement itself is required to have safety within the mission statement. So I do think us flagging that as a priority for the near future is helpful. Other questions, Director Thompson?
Yeah, so I think we also need to remove FEH. That was one of the ones that we repealed because it was combined with another policy. That was like supervision of construction or something like that.
Excuse me, Director Thompson, is it FH or FEH you're referring to? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I'm old and having trouble hearing you.
Oh, FEH is listed on this document, but we repealed that back in January because it was combined with when we were updating the DJ policies.
It's a good reminder for all of us.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Director Thompson.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Just for clarity purposes, when any of the policies that are delegated to the superintendent are changed, what is the process for the board? Even though it's been delegated, when and how is the board involved?
Yeah, when we do make changes, and we've made a group of changes every few months or every 6 months or so, I'll put it in my superintendent updates. But it's probably cleanest to just do it once at the end of each school year to tell you what's been updated.
Is there a preference? I mean, I partly would want to know when it's changed, just so I know, like, a change has been made. I mean, I think that would be my personal preference, but okay.
Yearly feels too, one, somewhat overwhelming for me to go through, and two, things can go on for a while that need, or at least could possibly review. I think I would like at least quarterly.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
And I know we had the KB policy flagged as a potential policy, and I think Director Thompson had volunteered to look at that. And as we were talking, you know, it's the end of the year. I think we need to be careful pushing policies through at the end of the year when people are checked out and not really able to weigh in. So just flagging that for something for the next year. All right, any other questions on this? Director Thompson.
So not on this, but just, you know, we updated the cell phone policy. It looks like the old one is still on the website. Just doing a quick cross-reference. So just a heads up. JIHA.
Speak, we need you to speak.
Because we
in the
repealed JIHA when we adopted the new cell phone policy. It's just still listed as a policy on the website.
Thank you for that catch.
Great, I think we are at time. If there's nothing else on this, we are gonna move forward to our next item, which is probably gonna put everyone to sleep. It's looking at our executive limitations, and it's a first reading. So this item really carries forward from our February 17th work session that we had on monitoring, and the staff had done a red line review of the EL policies, our executive limitations. And as a reminder, it's a first reading, and tonight provides the board an opportunity to look at those EL policies that have been redlined by staff and ask questions. So give me just a minute to pull out my document, which I actually went through pretty thoroughly this weekend, and you have it on the board packet as well. Director Thompson?
Just for clarity, the attached documents, so we have the cover page, we have this document that shows staff revisions, and then we have another document that says revised policy book. Is that the current version of the, okay,
Yeah,
the
thanks
last
for
approved
clarifying.
version?
The last document you mentioned is the current version of the EL policies because they've not been updated. The red line document were the recommendations from staff based on the board's recommended updates to the EL policies. So I think this is probably the right one that's open. If you don't mind scrolling down just a little bit to EL1, yeah. So this is the red line document that we'll look at. And actually, it's kind of nice. This is falling after the last item. So the last item are those policies that most people think of when they think district policies. These are our policy governance policies that guides the board, right, and its work. These are the policies that we delegate. We delegate the ELs to the superintendent, and in return for delegating, we monitor them, right? Because we're accountable regardless of whether we delegate it or not. And so that's what the ELs are about. And I believe the booklet, the recommendations from staff were provided, but I think that came in today. And I think we had it previously, but it was resent to us, right, with the staff's rationale for the red line. Yes.
So the staff provided red lines and a rationale for the red lines through a legal memo back on February 12th for the February 18th work session. And then we, the board had an opportunity to go through all of those executive limitation staff recommendations and ask questions and discuss them. So that was the February 18th work session.
Right. And so that legal memo should have been loaded with the item, just to give everyone that information again. Director Thompson? And that's that's on me. I didn't ask to have that legal memo posted to make it easily available. Director Thompson?
If we could just have clarity when it's blue or red, like whose revision it is.
Yeah, so blue was our recommended revision to the EL policy, and red is the district's review and recommendation back to us. And so this is a pretty extensive document, and I'm just fearful that people haven't had enough time to review it given the holiday weekend. But what I'd like to do is maybe just walk through it quickly. It's not meant for us to vote on tonight. And we do want to have a second reading because we want to get these in place for the next school year, because that's really what the superintendent uses, right, for all of the monitoring. So maybe the easiest thing, I'll just kind of walk us through quickly. So EL1, really the change was, or the recommended change was to the title. And I provided some questions back, and I really feel like this is an area where we may want to have an outside policy governance expert weigh in, just because there's reasoning for the way it's titled. And changing it to general parameters of limitations really changes kind of the intent of the umbrella policy of EL1s. And so I was going to recommend that we actually send this out just for a policy governance review. I would hate to have us change something that inadvertently creates confusion. Are we really done on this one already?
That was the 5-minute presentation.
Oh, thank you, thank you. So I was gonna bring that up as a potential, we have resources in our board budget specifically for investing in our governance, and this seems like it would probably be a smart thing for us to do. So that's EL1, really with staff recommending that we change the title. I have concerns with changing the title. I'll keep going and you guys interrupt if EL2 really, do you want me just to ask if there are any questions on it, or do you want me to walk through the edits? Because ask for questions or what?
I have a question on
Sure.
EL2.
Yep, go for it.
What is the thinking behind the addition of the last phrase in 1.1? And how do we define the district's educational environment? I'm concerned about that phrase. I know we have an issue with we can't stop all bullying all the time, and the line gets difficult. On the other hand, we do have policies that allow students to be disciplined for actions off the school grounds. So I'm trying to figure out where we draw that line and how that particularly, is that language reflected by statute? Is it a recommendation? Is it a policy that this comes from?
I'm also looking at the memo at the time here. It could be refined to reflect that there needs to be a nexus to the educational environment.
Right.
Would be one way to address the issue that you're raising, Director Geiger.
I'm afraid that the phrase, I mean, literally the word "in" may limit our ability to respond to things that occur outside but have significant impacts inside our educational environment.
This language would be interpreted consistent with our policies, and likely the language could easily be changed to reflect the exact language used in our policies.
I think that
related to the jurisdiction for harassment.
I think that would be a better, just a better process is my thought. Is my thought.
Thank you for those comments, for that comment.
So Director Geiger, can you just restate?
In reference to EL2 1.1, the last phrase, the changed phrase, in the district's educational environment, I think that phrasing can be modified to deal with our policies that address actions that occur off or outside of the direct school environment, but which has a negative and dangerous effect to our students inside the school environment. So with a bullying harassment with a sufficient nexus to the district's educational environment, I'm not coming up with the most brilliant phrasing right now, but I think it has to be somewhat broader than the current way it's phrased.
Great, okay. And it sounds like legal counsel heard that. So other questions with EL2? Director Thompson.
I mean, I just want to second that. I honestly think that it should just be removed because of the fact that if it can harm the welfare of another student, right, like then we do act. So, and that could be bullying, it could be a physical altercation, so, yeah.
Other comments on EL2?
I would agree that removing it is the cleanest. Just harassment, period.
Raise your hand if you feel, well, go ahead, Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, I would just ask that the board allow us to go research what our other policies say, because I don't think the school district can be held responsible for bullying and harassment just because the students happen to go to this school district, but in all situations, in all places outside of the district, during the summer, on vacation, there has to be some kind of nexus argument. So let us just find the right words to where it impacts the educational environment based on our other policies.
I think that would make, it also falls under the word reasonable. I think it's captured within that as well. I think the way it's written is permit students to be without, and then the word reasonable is added in. Reasonable captures it, I think. I think it would be unreasonable to expect a policy to reach outside of the defined policies, and so.
So that could be covered through the interpretation is what I'm hearing, like reasonable. Okay. I know EL 2.1 was recommended to be deleted. Permit parents, guardians to be without access to information about their rights to have their child diagnosed. It was just moved? Okay. Was it to the accommodation one, maybe? No, that was facilities.
It looks like the memo says because 2.2 captures state federal law board policy, that also would fall under there.
Okay. All right, Director Dinsler.
I just want to clarify, during the course of this conversation, I know that we received a memo that I'm not sure we should be reading into the record. I don't.
That is a confidential deal.
Mm-hmm. Just making it.
Thank you.
Just, I wasn't reading out of it. I'm saying why.
That's great.
It's deleted.
Very helpful. So that's EL2. Seeing no other comments on that one, we'll look at EL3. Treatment of staff and volunteers. I need to cross-check the rationale for number 5. Retaliate against any staff member in violation of district policy or state or federal law. I think my concern is that it's somewhat circular when you start saying we're going to follow policy and our values. Like, our values aren't about following policy, it's higher level. Superintendent Kane?
Yeah, there's and again, I won't read it, of course, but there is an entire paragraph addressing that deletion in the legal memo that was provided to the Board of Education.
Would it make more sense to schedule an exec session at some time where we could ask for legal, clarification, and it feels like there's rationale behind some of these changes that makes it harder to talk about. So I think maybe we should think about scheduling a time. People cringe with that, but that might be more appropriate for walking through some of these concerns. Yes.
If I may suggest, so as you're going through them, perhaps we can flag the specific ones that you would like to visit in an executive session. That way we kind of have limited the scope to not be the entire thing all over again. So far I'm hearing EL 3.5.
2.2.1? No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just thinking, it may be more efficient to schedule that separate to this meeting and work on getting that organized. And I don't know when we're gonna find time, but we are gonna find time, just dedicated time, to do an exec session to walk through this. And I think probably, if there are policy governance, like terms or phrases that I have concerns with, I can reach out to experts in this area to see if there are other concerns that maybe we need to take into consideration. With that, I think I'll just open it up to if there are other edits in here that you want to call attention to. I'll go through it kind of quickly, just a flag for the research, but I will see, like EL 4 is succession, and really there was nothing in there. EL 5 was the communication with and support to the board. And again, like monitoring data, and the recommendation is making it monitoring reports, but really, like in policy governance, we can ask for monitoring data at any time. It doesn't have to be a monitoring report. Like there's specific terminology within policy governance that I think just we need to think about that as we're making edits and changes. So commitment to accomplishment and accountability. Yeah, so is there a motion to table this to a future executive session and to obtain additional feedback around policy governance, terminology, and expertise in this? So moved.
Second.
So Director Thompson, and who was second? Ryan? All right, Director Thompson and Director Ryan.
May I make a friendly amendment?
Oh. Yes.
Just that we table this with the understanding that we will submit high priority rationale questions to the superintendent prior to that executive session.
And you know what, this is listed as an info item, and so we weren't planning to vote on this tonight, so we don't really have to table it. Now that I'm thinking about that, we can just talk about next steps and what we'd like to do. Superintendent King, did you have?
Yeah, if staff would be happy to go research and obtain a policy governance expert, or perhaps if you have some recommendations for someone that we can obtain, we are happy to put the executive limitations, have them review that and give us their thoughts. So, thank you.
That sounds great. And just for clarity, these executive limitations have been in place, and not the revisions that we were looking at, but we have ELs in place that have been in place for years. And, we want to make sure we're changing them appropriately, so we're not going to rush that. So it's not like we have to, get it done immediately. But yes, I do have experts in this area that will be able to provide us the kind of guidance that I think would be helpful. Director Thompson.
So I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Yeah, is that okay? Yeah. Thank you.
Do I need to say something?
You can just.
Director Callahan,
Yeah.
whoever you chose is.
I chose you, so we'll just.
Yeah.
I think that's
Second
the right
withdrawal.
way to do it. So.
And then just for consideration for the rest of the board, so I noticed that, some of the staff revisions will narrow the scope within policy or the law. And I think some of executive limitations is actually like, is our bare minimum the law, is our bare minimum something else? So just keeping that into consideration as you review.
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to get at with, these are about values, not compliance. Like the policies that the district puts in place around compliance is slightly different than the value statements that we're putting in place as a governance team. Okay, with that, I will make sure I'm clear on the to-dos. We are going to find a time to schedule an executive session once we have provided staff time to look at any clarifications that we'd like staff to look at. And we will have feedback from policy governance experts and then be able to have conversation asking just open legal questions, which will be more effective. Yes?
I'm sorry, can you clarify the first part of your statement? Schedule an executive session once staff has had time to do what?
Well, Director Denzler had said, you know, we really need to make sure that we reach out if there are concerns with, say, removing in the district environment or whatever the phrase was. Is that what you were suggesting, Director Denzler?
I was suggesting that we at least raise the high priority questions that we have or the rationales that we need to the superintendent, so that, to her earlier point, we don't spend the executive session going through the entire document. So I don't know what form that takes. I just want staff to have enough time to prepare whatever we go over in executive session and have it rather narrowly tailored.
It's really difficult to prepare red lines based on individual board member comments, so that's where I'm not exactly sure what's expected of staff, because we can certainly answer questions, which I believe we have done. We've answered an extensive list of questions, but I'm not sure that we should be redlining based on your individual comment and your individual comments, so that's where I'm trying to ask for clarity on what the expectation is of staff.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for doing that. You're right. I think we have your recommendations, and I think we just need to have an opportunity to have a conversation around those. And that makes sense. Thank you for clarifying that. Director Thompson?
I still want to respect the request about scope. And so I don't think we're giving revisions, maybe we're flagging the ones that would need conversation as a consideration, if that's helpful to kind of like narrow down the focus, that's all. Or if we feel like the full document moving forward based off of expert feedback, I'm fine either way, just trying to find a compromise from what I'm hearing.
Super helpful.
So maybe it's helpful, like I really did a pretty thorough review and sent a lot of questions. Maybe if anyone feels like there's additional areas that feel like you want to flag, then you reach out to me and let me know, and then we can, you know, flag those. So we're not looking at every single edit, because you're right, like families, that's the right terminology, right? It was a perfect red line edit, right, that we need to make. We don't need to talk about that when we go through it. Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, I really appreciate that comment, Director Thompson and President Meek, that it would be great to just have kind of a list of the ELs that there really are concerns about. So far I've heard 2.1.1, EL 3.5. That's incredibly helpful, rather than constantly grabbing the entire elephant. At some point we have to like kind of narrow it down, or we will probably end up continuing to push the can down the road.
Yeah, and I think part of the challenge is it's been graduation week and everyone's been running really hard, and staff as well as board members. So I will take on looking at the questions that have been submitted and doing a little further research with the legal memo that has been written previously, and look for external expertise around areas where I feel like this recommendation really, well, I think the board will engage the consultant, on that. So, and happy to work with superintendent and anyone else that you want to have engaged in that conversation as well. So, okay. All right, let's move on to monitoring report EL9 budgeting. We have a 15-minute discussion on that. And really, before we begin the review, I just want to acknowledge the significant progress reflected in the report related to the monitoring framework the board and superintendent discussed earlier this year. In particular, I want to call out commendations, which is a term that is used in our framework that we're copying. I feel like there was strong alignment to the agreed upon monitoring structure. The interpretations clearly define ambiguous terms. Indicators of compliance are much more specific and measurable. Evidence is generally well aligned to indicators. I don't think it's perfect, but I think it has come a long way with how they match up. And some trend data was included, which is really, really helpful. And it certainly reflects more of a systems-based approach. So I think it's really important for us to look at and commend the staff and publicly acknowledge the work to demonstrate to our community that transparency and accountability are essential for building trust. And I think I'm reading articles in the Denver Post about boards being lax and not doing oversight, and I don't know if anyone can look at these reports and say that we are not focused on oversight. So I think it's important also for me just to open it up and see if there's any other areas that board members would like to highlight as commendations before we just go through the compliance process. Anything else anyone would want to highlight? All right, Director Densler.
I just want to highlight staff's willingness to engage in this very iterative process. I know that there have been moments of deep frustration with just trying to get the right format or the right interpretation or the right evidence. I know that there's been an incredible amount of work, and I want to thank you, each and every one of you, for engaging with us as we figure this out and as we iterate this process. I think that it can be really challenging for a staff to get used to 4 new board members, and then it's challenging for us to understand, like, what is a monitoring report and why is it important? It's even more challenging to communicate to our stakeholders why this is important and why, the fundamental job of the school board is to provide oversight for the district, and this is one of the ways in which we do that. So I just want to thank you sincerely for all of your work on this, for all of your efforts. I know there's been some really, really late nights, and just a lot of work that has gone into this, and I just cannot be more grateful to you and for your professionalism. We have so many incredible people who work for this district, and I think we're very, very lucky.
I mean, it's clearly evident a lot of work and time has gone into these reports, and so that's why I really wanted to acknowledge that up front. And I know Superintendent Kane, you had mentioned in the past even like maybe using a consultant to help support some of the hours that go into this. And so that was something I think I'll bring up when we look at our board budget, whether there are resources that could help staff in like minimizing the load and providing, suggested, supports. So that's something we can talk about, but the hours of work that go into this are seen and appreciated, and we definitely recognize that. So just to remind you, as we move through each of the elements in the monitoring report, the board will determine whether the superintendent's interpretation is reasonable first, that's step 1, and then whether the evidence provided is sufficient to demonstrate compliance, and we'll determine whether a majority of the board has concerns, and if so, I will state those concerns just for the record, and we can then kind of go into conversation for those. So we will start with EL9, monitoring report on budgeting, and page 3, we have the overall statement, and then we start with number 1 on page 3. So please raise your hand if you have a concern regarding the reasonableness of the interpretation. And as a reminder, a majority to open dialogue. Item 1's neglect to include reasonable projections of revenues, expenses, and carryover funds, separation of funds, capital and operational items, cash flow and significant balance sheet items, and disclosure of planning assumptions. So please raise your hand if you have concern regarding the reasonableness of the interpretation. For number 1. All right, seeing none, we'll move to the concerns around the evidence for item 1. So does any director have a concern that the item does not provide sufficient evidence of compliance with the current interpretation? There were a lot of indicators for number 1. All right. We will move to item 2, which is on page 10. Does any board director have a concern regarding the reasonableness of the interpretation for item 2? Okay, I'm going to move us forward then to, does anyone have a concern with the evidence for item 2? Raise your hand. Okay, seeing 2, I will move us forward to item 3 on page 14. Does anyone, please raise your hand if you have a concern regarding the reasonableness of the interpretation for item 3. All right. Does any director have a concern that the item does not provide sufficient evidence of compliance with the current interpretation? Okay. I will open it up for a motion on the board assessing EL 9, budgeting, and if you look at page 2 of our document here, it kind of has those key options. And since we did not identify any concerns, I think, does anyone want to entertain a motion that the board has assessed EL 9 budgeting and finds it to be compliant?
Second.
So that was moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Callahan. Any further discussion? Is that a hand? No. Director Thompson?
Yeah, it's just, I just struggle with, I'm just gonna be transparent, I'm struggling with this process because, yeah, there's a challenge with the evidence and it's simple fixes, right? Like, we are supposed to have in here, or the evidence in here for like some of the budget stuff is like including evidence of, and I wanna make sure I'm not mixing up because it's hard to read from someone else's document. But like the use of fund balance, right? Like making sure like, we passed more than one resolution last year regarding fund balance, but there's only one that's included in here. It dismisses the one that happened in January. And so that's just blatantly missing. And so we're fine with this, with missing information. And, like, I sent in an email, and I can't talk about it here in the process that we're using, except for right in this moment as we're about to take a vote. It just feels weird and off. I think it's a simple fix that could have been added, like, oh, here it is. So.
I will ask Superintendent Kane, when they're like simple, like a missing link or something like that, does it make sense to, modify our process to just make simple corrections? I guess that's something for us to discuss. I know we're gonna talk about this on July 25th at the retreat, and I hear what you're saying, Director Thompson.
So if the board is agreeable to us posting something at the last minute based on the questions that we received Monday at noon, we're happy to make simple fixes, but then I know you also have concerns about the transparency of approving a document that got posted at the last minute. So yeah, just tell us what you want us to do and we will be happy to do that.
Yeah,
and certainly I would also add, if I may, I'm so sorry, I would also add that we definitely make note of all the feedback that you and Director Thompson give to us, and make sure that the next monitoring report takes all of the feedback into consideration.
Okay. Other discussion? All right. It's been moved by Director Geiger, seconded by Director Callahan, that EL9 monitoring report has been assessed and is compliant. I'll go ahead and call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Denzler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Because I know it actually happened, so
That was an aye. All right, so it passes 7-0. And we are gonna talk about the process again in July, and my hope was our external policy governance consultant could help us as well. Talk through processes that they've seen, what's worked, ways that we can continue to improve the process. So with that, I think we are on EL10. Give me a second to find that one. I have too many documents. So EL10 is on the screen. Yep, maybe. Nope. That's EL1. I'm gonna do, yes.
I'm probably late to make a suggestion, but another way to correct really simple missing link or typo type things would be to have you all approve the monitoring report with compliance with the addition of XYZ that we would then add for the record. That would be another approach. Just FYI.
Perfect. I think that makes a lot of sense. So thank you. All right, so EL10 is finance administration. It's a little longer than the 3 bullets. And again, I just want to acknowledge the continued progress in this. And again, strong alignment to what we agreed upon for the structure. The interpretations are clear, thorough, and testable, including indicators that are specific and measurable, strong use of external validation, trend and comparative data were included. Showing how we compare to other metro school districts is very helpful context. And so I just really want to call that out, and I think the more we can do that in our monitoring reports, it really helps us with context when it's applicable. Trend and comparative data were included showing how we compare to other, I just said that. Appendices B through D are really helpful given the current environment around transparency, auditability, and governance oversight. And again, stronger alignment between indicators and evidence. And is there anything else anyone would want to call out on this one? For commendations, and then we'll move into the process. All right. So, starting with EL 10, we have item 1. Oh, I don't have this one all numbered. So raise your hand if you have a concern regarding the reasonableness of the interpretation for item 1. Keep financial records that are incomplete, inaccurate, lacking transparency, and out of compliance with generally recognized principles of accounting. Seeing no hands, raise your hand if you have concerns around the evidence supporting that. Let's see, 3 hands, 4 hands. All right, so I'll open it up. Let's have a brief discussion focused on what specific evidence is missing, unclear, or insufficient. Director Thompson.
Okay, so some of this has to circle back to us because of the timing of this monitoring report, and a lot of the evidence provided is for our audit for the last fiscal year. So it ended in, what was it, June 2025, and this monitoring report is May 2025 through May 2026. And so the evidence provided is about a previous fiscal year and doesn't give a snapshot of anything that's happened from that audit timestamp on. I mean, there's exceptions, right? There are other examples of evidence, but the audit is the primary source of evidence across this entire document. And I think that that is a challenge. And I also think that, the district doesn't just wait for an audit to decide or to determine if it's following policy, if the right controls are in place. I think that there's process and there's controls that are in place, and that should be what we're also seeing supplement audit information.
So what I'm hearing is the audit doesn't feel like the right evidence mechanism given the timeline of when the audit is taking place versus the time of the monitoring period. So you're fine though with like the quarterly financial statements as evidence for that period. I just want to make sure I'm.
Well, it depends what it's supposed to be evidence for, right? So a lot of times the audit is really demonstrating compliance for, oh my gosh, it goes across the issues, but if it's in alignment with board ends, the way that expenditures are happening, if there's transparency, if how funds are being used and reconciled, the audit's being used as evidence, but then that ignores everything else that's happened this year so far, because it's only telling us what the audit found from a sample from last year's budget. And so, like I said, I don't think that the district's flying blind all year long. I think there's controls in place and that those might be the appropriate metrics that are supplementing. Maybe the timeline's not going to always be perfect because, the audit takes time to come out and be finalized, but I think there's a compromise that needs to be reached for this entire document.
Okay. Are there other concerns that someone would highlight? I'm sorry? Director Geyer.
I think trying to understand directly what Director Thompson says and what's missing, I am quite sure that within our staff there is monthly or quarterly reconciliations reports, etc. I think this reliance completely on a year-end audit by a third party, obviously that's important, but I would have appreciated just a mention of what we do internally to make sure that all of our records are complete, who we have in charge of that kind of thing. Evidence that I am quite sure exists, but which is not presented in here. So some description of the internal policies that we have for keeping our records straight, because when it comes time for the audit, I assume we already have most of that stuff. Am I correctly summarizing to some extent there, Director Thompson? Thank you.
So I hear the concern is, like, raise your hand to see a majority if you feel like we need to identify this as evidence not complying to the interpretation at this time. I see 2 hands, I see confusion. So, yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm still processing this. Can I just clarify one more time? I know Director Geiger just did it. So is your concern that it's a piece of evidence that is it's the wrong type of evidence for the wrong time period?
Both. Yeah, I get the time period piece for sure, just because audits are so far in arrears and feeling like there could be more current evidence that would demonstrate compliance. Does this feel like maybe it's compliant with exceptions for this item, given that there are other pieces of evidence as well beyond the audit? I see. So, all right, raise your hand if it's compliant with exceptions. 4. All right, so we're gonna have it as compliant with exceptions for item 1. So item number 2, neglect to maximize revenue to which the district is or may be entitled. Looking at this item, raise your hand if you have a concern regarding the reasonableness of the interpretation. All right, raise your hand if you have a concern that the item does not provide sufficient evidence of compliance with current interpretation. 4, 5. All right, I'll open it up for discussion. Who wants to go first? Director Ryan?
I mean, I don't really see much discussion of how we're maximizing the use of revenue at all in the evidence that's being provided for 2. I see where it talks about the legislative process, but then the audit is referenced. But again, the timing wise doesn't really tell us correctly where we're at there. So that's my problem with it.
Director Geiger?
The interpretation on title specifically refers to grants and reimbursements, but the evidence talks essentially generally about what we get from the state. Not in any way to minimize the work of CFO or the superintendent through case to increase the money we get from the state. Again, I would assume that we have people who keep an eye out for whether or not there are appropriate grants. I believe there are grants that we receive, but there is no indication of who does that, how we do that, how we search for that. I don't know. There's no evidence to the particular funds is a broad term, but the grants or the reimbursements. Again, I assume we do this, but there's no mention of it anywhere on the indicators of compliance with the evidence.
Do you want to wait for all, or do you want to respond individually? Individually, Superintendent Kane.
I just have a broader comment. So I understand the concerns regarding the timing, et cetera, of the evidence. And perhaps I am being overly concerned, but given the environment we're in right now, having a monitoring report like this be approved with exceptions implies that there were problems found financially, the part that's with exceptions is that the board felt the data wasn't sufficient or the right timing or whatever, versus that there were actual financial violations of any of these ELs. I don't know how to resolve that concern. My request, my super respectful request would be, please let us take note of all of this feedback on the timing and the data being provided so that we can make sure that our next monitoring report, which I think is timed better based on the monitoring schedule that we put out, that we can take all that feedback into consideration. But I just wanted to throw that out there for the board's consideration. Hopefully my comment made sense.
It does make sense. I also, it's challenging when, you know, the process is the process, but I think we can write out what an exception was, so it's not like a violation has been found, right? So why don't we talk about it when we get to the end, and maybe we'll have a better feel for how to handle that in a sensitive way, given, you know, the current environment. I think what I was just gonna point out was item number 3. So I numbered the check marks because it was easier for me to, like, the third one down under indicator, you know, and I numbered number 3 down to evidence to make sure everything was kind of aligned and matching. But it really is just a list of activities instead of measurable revenue or outcomes. And so it's really activities, which isn't really outcome related. So
I'm sorry, did I miss us moving on to number 3?
Check mark down under number 2, sorry. That's just maybe a formatting recommendation I would have, is like, instead of check marks, say 1, 2, 3, like number the indicators and then number the evidence. It's just easier to follow. So that was, and I know so much work is done, and I think you could, you know, be able to demonstrate in some more concrete way. It's more than just attending. It's like outcomes. So that was my thinking on this one. So at this time, raise your hand if you feel like item 2 is compliant with exceptions, or you would.
I don't know that the fact that there are other pieces of evidence that could exist is an indication that we are not in compliance. Compliance with exceptions means there are things that could have, does not mean there are things that could have been done better. It means there were things that were not done correctly. So if I point out a lack of evidence as to, for example, grants, I don't intend to mean that we are not in compliance or that anything's been done wrong. I intend to say there's more evidence that I would have liked. So I would vote for in compliance.
Director Ryan.
In the interest of time, because I would imagine that we are going to have sort of similar problems with many of the items, if not all, well, not all, but many of the items. Another finding we could make is that this is insufficient for us to monitor this EL rather than indicating compliance or non-compliance or in compliance with exceptions. I agree that I don't know if we're in compliance because we don't have a monitoring report. I would imagine we are, but I can't make that decision based on this. So if there's a way for us to say that we cannot, based on the information that is presented, make a decision on compliance.
So if you look at page 2 again, what we could say is the board has assessed and there are reasonably interpreted the board's values. Like that's like step 1. That's what I thought we were going to do last time with wins, but we didn't quite get there. So this is us saying we're reading through the interpretations, but we're not feeling like we're able to get to the compliance level with the evidence. So if that's something you want to consider, why don't we walk through each of them kind of quickly and see if that feels like the right approach for us to take. So I'll take us to item number 3, maintain a general fund balance encompassing all classifications that it is out of compliance with law and board policies. When you look at item number 3, just raise your hand if you have a concern regarding the reasonableness of the interpretations. And for those that maybe are following along, feeling like they don't understand what we're talking about, what we're saying is you're reading through the superintendent interpretations, indicators of compliance, and feeling like, yes, this is a reasonable interpretation. So raise your hand if you feel like you have a concern with the reasonableness of the interpretation as it's written. Not seeing any, I'm going to move us to item number 4. Expend funds beyond amounts set forth on the budget. Please raise your hand if you have concerns about the reasonableness of the interpretations, including indicators of compliance for this one. Seeing none. Gotta raise your hand if you, okay. Number 5, neglect to follow state law. Please raise your hand if you have concerns regarding the reasonableness of the interpretation for number 5. Okay. Number 6, seek any loan without approval of the board. Please raise your hand if you have any concern with the reasonableness of number 6. Okay. Like I said, this is a long one. Number 7, allow the untimely payment of payroll accounts, debts, and other fiscal obligations. Please raise your hand if you have any concerns with the interpretation. Okay. We're on number 7. Yep. Nope, that was number 7. Number 8, permit financial planning that omits credible projection of revenues and expenses. Please raise your hand if you have any concerns with the interpretation of this one. All right, just one. Number 9, permit planning that endangers the soundness of future years or ignores the building of organizational capacity. Raise your hand if you have concerns around the interpretation of this one. Seeing one, I'll keep going. Number 10, neglect to arrange for the annual audit. Concerns, please raise your hand. All right. And that is the end of that one. So it appears we got through it with a level of feeling like EL 10 financial administration monitoring has reasonably interpreted the board's values. Is there a motion? So it's been moved by Director Callahan, seconded by Director Geiger, that the board has assessed EL 10 financial administration and finds that the organization has reasonably interpreted the board's values. All right, EL 1 is final one for tonight.
Do we need to take a roll call?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. So discussion, thank you. Director Thompson.
Yeah, so I just want to make a note. I still think that there could be improvements in the interpretation. Not signaling it is because I think we're at the point now where it's just, let's just get the evidence matched to what's there. And I think that will help. I do think it was a little bit too audit heavy, some of those interpretations. So just putting that out there.
Okay, thank you. Any further? Director Geiger and then Director Densler. All right, Director Densler, then Director Geiger.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's just more of a broader, more general comment. I totally understand the concerns around some of the evidence. I totally understand the audit time frame. And I totally understand that, as I said before, this is a really important piece of policy governance. I think my concern with some of where our conversations around these monitoring reports have gone is that I think when we start and again, this is not to say that any of these concerns are illegitimate. I think, however, that when we get really, really into the weeds on, well, we could have had this piece of data, but we didn't have this piece of data. And again, I'm not necessarily talking about the audit. This is a more broad comment. When we get really, really hung up on some of these details that are extremely difficult for our stakeholders to parse, I think we risk losing a lot of the credibility that we rely on to carry out the work of the board. And again, this is a very broad comment. I understand that there's likely to be some disagreement with this comment. I think that I would just encourage my fellow board members to remember that when every battle and when every hill is worth dying on, I think we forfeit some of the credibility that we would need when there is a huge issue that we must address. I think that we start looking like we are hunting for issues, and then when there are legitimate issues, we lose the moral high ground. And I just want to be careful that we're not expending our goodwill and our sort of social emotional bank account that we have with staff on things that fundamentally we know, you know what, this link was missed, or you know what, this bullet point was missed, or you know what, maybe this was like worded weirdly and I don't know that I agree with this interpretation. Again, all of this is important, but I would just caution us against losing credibility on things that matter when we are fighting over things that don't.
Thank you, Director Densler, and then Director Geiger, and then we'll come over here.
I did want to compliment very much staff on Appendix B, C, and D. Those responded to some concerns we had listed on agenda items. They also respond to some concerns that have been raised in other districts regarding over-reliance on certain contractors. To have this amount of transparency in one place with this number, with specific numbers down to the 26 cents, allows us to be able to tell the public that this information is out there. And from what I can tell from having read reports from other districts, that is not universal. And so I know that B, C, and D are a great deal of work, but I greatly appreciate, particularly in our bond spending, that this is exactly the kind of information that helps me understand what's going on with the money.
Thank you, Director Geiger. Director Parker.
Yeah, I think these conversations are really difficult, and I want to reframe them as like we're all on the same side. And so while I think that we have huge assets of people on the board that take an extreme amount of time reading line by line things to catch totally reasonable oversight. And I think we're all on the same team. And instead of looking at it like, oh, staff, you need to do this, the board caught this, seeing it as like we are each other's assets, right? And we can look at things and find things. We're an extra set of eyes, but all of us think that this district is so amazing and great. And so if there is tension, I want to just remind all of us that we are all on the same side when it comes to our students, and we all think the staff is doing amazing. And I wish that sometimes the things that we find would be not, oh, you did something wrong, but, oh, thanks for catching that. And I think that reframe could be really just helpful.
Thank you, Director Ryan.
And no disrespect, Director Densler, but I do think that is the wrong framing here. This is an opportunity for all of us, including the superintendent, to point out here are the things that we are doing really well as a district. Here are the things that we need to improve upon. Having more robust data and all of that stuff is I would imagine, with the way that our district is, our performance numbers, the way that our district comes out, if we have all of this information in there, it is a easy way for us to tout the good things that we are doing as a district, and missing that information makes it seem to some folks who would frame things incorrectly as maybe hiding the ball or something like that, especially in light of the things that are happening in a neighboring district around monitoring. So that's the way that I see it, is not necessarily that it's a failing that we don't have this stuff, or that this is, somehow negative or anything like that. But if we have the information there, that is a way for us to say, here is where our district is doing really well. Here are the very small places that we need to improve upon. But without that information, it is a gaping hole.
Director Thompson.
I just think it's important to point out that we delegated quite a bit of authority to the district around the budget with our updates to our financial policies, such as Policy DJ. And so to compensate for that, we should have stronger monitoring in those areas. So I just want to point that out. It was also a point that Director Geiger made before he casted his vote. I remember him saying, and then we expect that we're going to see what we need to see in monitoring. And I agree, the appendix items are fantastic. I wish that the dates matched the date of the report. There's only 2 months overlap. So again, I don't think that's nitpicking. I think it's reasonable to expect the data that's being presented match the timeline for a report. And this is one of our primary responsibilities, and how policy governance works is through monitoring. I don't think the problem is the feedback. I think the problem is working out the structure to get to the place that we need to be.
So I agree with everyone. I mean, honestly, everyone is right in what they were just saying, and that I agree, but clearly we need support in this area. I mean, the district has tried to do monitoring for years now, and I feel like we've gotten to a structure that, we thought would work. And I don't want the staff wasting time trying to do something that isn't meeting the mark. And so, there's a way we can have all of these just redlined and then sent back, and you have exactly the way it should work, ready to go for the next round. If this were working the way it should work, we would have spent 10, 15 minutes on all of these monitoring reports. That's the way it's supposed to work, because we don't want to spend all of our time looking backwards at performance or executive limitations. We need to be maximizing our board time looking forward and having generative conversations around the values and where we want to go as a district. So I think some additional professional development, whether it's We can talk about, is it a class? There's classes that we could take, but to me, like the most expedient thing that I think we could do is just have monitoring reports redlined by an expert that would be able to say, if you just do this, if you add that, it's all gonna work, and when the board gets it next, I think it should go much, much more quickly. So that was just one area that I thought maybe we could talk about when we get to the board budget discussion, whether that would be helpful. I think it would save staff a tremendous amount of time trying to guess what the board is looking for when it comes to evidence matching indicators. And so to me, that just seems like a hugely effective investment in our governance is investing in that area, because it is a core responsibility of boards, all boards, not just policy governance boards. It's just policy governance boards, they have a structure, like this is what monitoring looks like. I would say other districts could benefit from having a structure. And I've just been racking my brain trying to think, how do we minimize the time on staff, because it will also minimize our time in these meetings. And so that's just one idea that's out there. We have a motion on the table. Everyone's had a chance to talk. The motion was to assess it as having a reasonable interpretation. So I'm going to go ahead and call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler? Aye. Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Is that an aye? Aye. Director Ryan?
Aye.
And Director Thompson?
Aye.
All right, so it passes 7-0. And that gets us to our last monitoring report, which is global executive constraint. And it is a very short one. We have really just the overall arching statement. So does anyone disagree that we have a reasonable interpretation? Raise your hand. EL1, the global executive constraint. Director, yeah.
So the very first one is that being compliant with all of the executive limitations. And I'm just struggling with that one because it feels like it would be a double ding.
It would be what?
Like a double ding. Like if you're not compliant in one and now all of a sudden you're getting marked for that again in a global one, so.
I mean, overall, I feel like this one is not interpreted the way it's meant to be interpreted. It is meant to stand alone from all of the ELs. And so I think it's probably not worth spending too much time on until maybe an external PG consultant can help with that. Director Ryan?
Just to be clear, I do think the interpretation is reasonable. I get that it would be a double ding, but I think it does make sense to measure it based on the others because they capture pretty much, well, not pretty much, they capture everything that's included there.
It's meant to capture everything not captured in all the other ELs. I mean, that's the way it's supposed to work. It's not meant to be a collection of all the ELs. It's meant to capture everything that isn't captured in other ELs, which is again kind of going back to the whole philosophy piece of it, which if there's not clarity, I think it just makes sense to wait. Like, I don't think this was even going to be monitored initially, right? I think this was something we added to the list. And so I think this one has a lot of questions where it's philosophical and we need to understand and have a common understanding, or I don't think it's fair if we all have different understandings as to how this EL should work. So My recommendation would be just to table this EL, but I will open it up to others. Any comments? Any recommendations for moving forward?
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So, again, from like a very new perspective, like if I were the superintendent reading global executive constraint number 1, like how do I know that that is supposed to capture things that weren't like just from the wording, I would not understand that it's supposed to capture things that weren't captured from all the other EL reports. Is that part of your
I mean, I think
comments
that's
about-
why it's just worth waiting.
Okay.
Because philosophically, or the way it's supposed to work is, it is the highest level that isn't meant to track performance again on what you've already tracked. It is there to track any other areas that fall within this umbrella statement that were not able to be captured on prior ELs.
When I went through this, when I did it, I thought this was a reasonable interpretation. I thought it matched that. If the issue is that this is to catch you, don't do other stupid things. I didn't read it that way. I don't know how anybody else would have read it that way. I think there is a significant issue then with global executive constraint if that's how we're going to interpret it. I think what we need to do is come back here and ask whether or not we, as a board, have phrased this in a way that is reasonable. Because, I don't know how you write an evidence that says we didn't do anything else stupid. So I'm trying to figure out, I think staff has put time into this. I just think the superintendent has put time into this. And again, if this is, it may be that we do not really have to do EL1 as a monitoring report because this is how you should run a district. But I do believe that if this is not what, and I will always defer to President Meek on policy governance, this is not my area. But I don't find this interpretation to be inappropriate. But that said, I do believe, again, this is clearly a statement of broad purposes. I'm trying to figure out what evidence would comply with that. Look at everything else. I mean, is this a, see monitoring reports 2 through 10? Again, I never read it that way. Never interpreted it that way. I found this interpretation to be reasonable. I think the evidence, to the extent that it's presented, is sufficient, if not voluminous, because, again, I don't know how you prove you didn't do something that, quote unquote, is not imprudent, inequitable, unfair. That's, again, if this is don't do this stuff or do these things well, then I think we probably should look at this after we've approved everything else and say, okay, as overall, are we satisfied with all the monitoring? That's where I'm confused.
It is meant to come last. It is meant to come at the very end of the cycle to allow for the superintendent to provide any additional data. That it's a very loose one, but it's not meant to be interpreted as a summative report on all of the ELs. So, again, Director Ryan.
So, I mean, I think we're getting into the EL now without even maybe a board majority agreeing. I would move to find that this report is,
Talking to.
sorry, is in compliance with the exceptions noted. That would be my motion.
Is there a second? And then
Second.
Then we can discuss. So, so currently, that is how it is provided to us, compliant with exceptions. So is there discussion? Director Thompson.
Again, I don't think it's fair to have with exceptions on it. I don't think it's fair to double ding, so.
Other discussion? I think, so I see confused looks, maybe, let me phrase. I think what I'm hearing is Director Thompson is saying you're already dinged on a different EL, and including it here, it feels like it is calling it out twice. Is that what your point was? Yeah.
In that case, may I make a friendly motion?
Sure. Well,
or amendment, rather, to
let's just keep it discussion. So maybe just discuss what your idea is, which might give us a hint.
Okay, then I would probably want to just vote this in compliance, since the exceptions were noted in other EL reports.
Even though the document itself says, I think that's where the conundrum for me would be, that we now have a document that's saying one thing, like the superintendent's recommendation is that it's in compliance with exceptions, and then we are gonna rule it in compliance and do away with the exceptions, which I think looks odd as well. And this is because we all have different interpretations of how this is supposed to work. So there is a motion, and I think it was seconded, but I didn't write it down, so. Who was it? Second?
My motion.
It was your motion.
My motion, Director Callahan, second.
Or my motion, you second.
Excuse me, Director Ryan's motion, I apologize.
Ryan Callahan, okay, sorry. So we are in discussion. I mean, I'm inclined to just approve it as submitted, and it feels like we are approving what was provided to us based on the rationale that the superintendent had for how to interpret this. And until we all get on the same page, then we can interpret it differently in the future. And we're not going to do that tonight. So that's where I'm leaning. Is there further discussion, Director Thompson?
We talked about making edits earlier, like in the moment, if it's a small edit, I feel like we could request a small edit.
Within the approval?
Yes.
Okay.
That would alleviate my concern. Like I hear what you're saying. I feel like that should be the path we move forward with. This is actually one I don't want to be stuck on, but I also would have a really hard time, again, voting yes, because I don't think it's fair. But if we can make it an adjustment, like we talked about, like if a piece of data is missing that we would include in, then that would be reasonable for me, but I don't know if that's reasonable for the process.
Director Ryan?
I mean, I think it's reasonable as presented. That's why I made the motion.
So let's vote on it then. So the motion that is on the table is that we accept the EL1 monitoring report on global executive constraint as presented, compliant with exceptions. I will go ahead and call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Denzler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
No.
So it passes 6-1. All right, that was interesting. So we will move on to 10.7, board self-evaluation. And as a reminder, tonight the board will consider formal compliance determinations for the governance process self-evaluations previously reviewed in April And we'll also have a chance to look at the self-evaluation report related to the board committee principles and board committee structure that Director Geiger created. Director Geiger will not be at our next meeting, so we wanted an opportunity to get these before everyone since he's been working on that. So if there are no questions or revisions to the self-evaluations that were already reviewed on April 7th, GP 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, and 1.9, if there's no edits or changes to those reports, we can entertain a motion that the board approves the board self-evaluations for those
So moved.
documents.
Second.
Right, it's been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Callahan that the board approves the board self-evaluations for GP 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, and 1.9. Any discussion?
And 1.7.
1.7 we're gonna talk about. And we're not approving that one, we're just doing a first look. Yeah. Any discussion? No? Seeing none. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler? Aye. Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
All right, so that passes 7-0. And with that, I will ask Director Geiger. First, thank you for creating the surveys and getting those out there and writing the report. So do you want to just open it up for questions, or would you like to provide some introductory remarks?
I have a couple introductory remarks and then we'll go on. First of all, you are far too kind. I just borrowed your surveys from last year. There is a continuing problem with getting responses, there is a board, or there is a staff liaison questionnaire that last year had one response and this year didn't get sent because of miscommunication on my part. I do believe there is room for this GP to be better done if we can figure out how to get more input from staff liaisons. I take that on myself. I would have liked to have that information. Didn't happen this time, but I do believe that there is a value to staff liaison feedback on how they believe the committees are operating. The other thing that I would emphasize, and I put it in bold, so I assume you all saw it, is that we have a continuing note from our committee members that there is a perception of a lack of feedback and a lack of knowledge about whether or not their recommendations are being listened to, even if they're not being followed, that they're being listened to. This is at least the second year that this has been raised. We have in the past relied on a somewhat informal process about board liaisons going back and saying thank you. I think at the retreat on the 25th, we need to have a more detailed discussion to be sure, to be more detailed in our board updates, perhaps. I know LRPC, but the issues particularly were reported from DAC and sometimes FOC that they're not sure that they're being listened to. And if you look at some of the comments, it's not universal, but it is a continuing concern. So that is the main thing that I came from. We got good responses. Every member of the DAC responded. They were quite proud of that. So I think we got good feedback from those, but if anybody has a bright idea about how we can make our committee members more aware of how we listen to their input, I think we should address that on the 25th of July.
Director Thompson. Well, first off, thank you. Thank you for that. Director Thompson.
I appreciated the bold print as well. And I would just state that, like, we are going to talk about this in our retreat, but also the fact that we keep tabling, addressing it till a certain day is part of the problem. So I have elevated, for example, questions that the FOC has had and requests that they've made of the board, but now we're waiting until we have a conversation at a retreat, and that's actually been ongoing since January. And so just putting it out there, that's part of the conversation. I just want to acknowledge that it has been or attempted to be addressed, and that hopefully figuring out some sort of structure will be the solution.
I mean, I know that has been a concern with the student advisory group as well in the past, and we did a resolution this year to acknowledge what we heard, and part of that resolution said we were going to sit down with them in the very first meeting of the year and talk through how their feedback was used. And so it was really intentional in that way, kind of hoping that will help them better see how we are listening and adhering. So I think it's a great idea to ask the committee members, what does it look like for your feedback to be seen or heard? And that kind of input from them would be really helpful at the retreat. Director Thompson?
I would just state that, like, oftentimes, like, I'm presented with questions that I'm not permitted to give directive. It really needs to come from the full board. And we probably need space in our updates to just elevate questions so we could be timely in responding.
So I think in board agenda planning, that would be something we can be intentional with dedicating time, but we also don't always know the questions during agenda planning time either because of the cycle. So committed time could be something really helpful. And I think sometimes though it's really helpful also to have the questions ahead of time so we have time to process before talking about them at a board meeting. And our board, what's the form called that we fill out for the board, no, the form after we go to committee meetings and we fill out the form and we share updates for other board directors. That would be a really good avenue for posting the questions right away, right? Board director updates, thank you.
Other than that, I'd ask you to accept GP 1.7.
So I was also struck by like nearly the same number of people filled out the survey. The responses were fairly similar and consistent. And I think in the next cycle of this one, it would be great to have a table where we can actually show like the trend data as well across questions. But we can entertain a motion to vote on this one tonight if we want to do that, or we can wait till the next meeting.
I would move to adopt GP 1.7.
Okay.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Ryan to adopt GP 1.7 and GP 1.6 board committee principles and GP 1.7 board committee structures, board self-evaluation. Any further conversation on this one? All right, seeing none. I will go ahead and call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Dinsler? Aye. Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
And Director Thompson?
Aye.
All right, so that passes 7-0. One additional thought is sharing the survey results with the committee members. One of the worst things you can do is ask people to take a survey and not share with them the results. So that would be something we could also do. All right, so that takes us to 10.8, third quarter board budget review. We have a 10-minute discussion scheduled for this. The discussion provides the board an opportunity to review current governance-related expenditures, discuss the anticipated end-of-year costs, and identify any remaining budget priorities for the remainder of the fiscal year. And I will open it up for Director Treasurer Thompson. Or do you want me just to walk through items?
Well, I think we could maybe go through the bullets on the topics for discussion would probably be the most helpful. unless there were general questions just about the document.
No, that sounds great.
Do you want me to start or would you like to lead? All right, so we had talked about, okay, so things we could talk about for this year's budget still include professional development and conference participation, oh my gosh. It's done, I'm tired. Including potential attendance at the CASB Delegate Assembly and related registration costs. So I know that information's been provided to the full board, and it's a good opportunity to talk about who's interested in participating.
Yeah, I sent a reminder out to everybody. September 11th and 12th is the CASB Delegate Assembly. I know Director Geiger mentioned being interested. I would be interested. I don't need I have a place to stay, so it would just be a registration fee. Are other directors interested in that conference? Have you had a chance to look at the agenda for it? That's also where the delegate assembly is held, and all of the resolutions are debated at that event. Okay, seeing no more interest in that. Yeah, it's in Breckenridge. When's your birthday? Okay, so you can continue, Director Thompson.
All right, and the reason we're bringing this up is because of where we are on our line items, just so you guys know why it's being brought up as a bullet point versus just reaching out to see who's interested in attending. All right, so potential consultant support costs associated with board consideration of a future MLO election. And again, we received information about those costs and that would come out of the board budget, so.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So historically in 2023 and 2022, 2 and 3, 3 and 4, the last two, cycles, there was MLO consulting fees. Consultants have helped the district with polling and messaging and voter sentiment and everything that happens during that phase 1 cycle of preparing. And just from feedback, Director Callahan and I have had a few conversations. Director Geiger and I met with the board committee chairs, our board committee leadership, and there's a feeling that maybe we're a little behind in some of our engagement with the community and with committees, and looking historically, there was money spent from the board budget on these, and a request for quote has gone out, and ideally we have funds that we could put towards that. If the board is agreeable to that, then it would be great to have 2 board directors just volunteer to help review proposals and provide, be part of that selection process. So first off, maybe raise your hand if you think it's a good idea to invest. Okay, and then are there any board directors that are interested in participating in the review? I see 2. All right. Nice. Director Densler and Director Callahan have volunteered to assist in that process. Perfect. Okay. What's next on our list?
Zach, you might, if you have it open, maybe you can.
Is it the live streaming?
Yeah, board meeting, live streaming, and technology support.
Thanks. Okay, yeah, board meeting, live streaming, and technology support costs.
So this is an area that I feel like deja vu. Like a year ago, we were having this exact same conversation, exact same request. And I think everyone has seen the costs and there's been conversations with the DAC. I just wonder, like, there's only 4 meetings for the first half of the year that are in-person meetings. And might it make sense to do a pilot for 4 meetings and then assess? Are SACs dialing into the meeting? Are people finding use in the live streaming? You know, I just really wonder if it would make sense to do an RFQ so it's not taking staff time and resources, and seeing what that could look like. I just know it has been an ongoing request. When I was the liaison to DAC, the SAC representatives asked about it all the time and said this would be a huge help for us to connect. So I'm just wondering, does an RFQ looking for external support, not asking staff to give up their evenings, rearranging things, would that make sense?
Yes.
You heard one yes. Director Densler.
Yeah, to echo Director Callahan's yes, I think that because this has been such a long-standing request and because DAC was really excited when we brought them some of the different options at the last DAC meeting, I think at least committing to piloting this is a good faith show or demonstration that we hear them and we take this seriously because they are statutorily required, whatever that word is, board committee, and that we do want SACs to have access to the DAC meeting. So I think that at least piloting something would be a show of good faith, and we can kind of measure the impact from there before we commit to anything long-term.
Do I have 2 board directors that would work to get this done? Work with staff to do the RFQ and get it out. Work with. All right, Director Parker and
Should the
Director
DAC liaisons help? Yeah.
Okay. So, all right, and were there any other items on the budget list for us to look at?
Yep, any other anticipated governance or board operation expenditures, but actually if we could just circle back, that also included the conversation in the past about technology expenses have also included assistive devices or ways to make our meetings accessible for those that might be like hard of hearing, for example. And I just want to make sure that that's not getting lost if we're moving forward with this work. So I don't think it's a huge cost. We've had some back and forth feedback. I'm happy to defer to our tech team on the best solution, but some way that we are offering supports to people who are here in person. We have had emails about people not being able to hear us. We struggle to hear each other sometimes, and so.
Director Ryan?
We don't do closed captioning right now on the live stream, or do we? Yes. Yeah.
Yes, we do closed captioning on the live stream.
Live stream. You can turn on transcripts on the live stream, right? But we pay for a very specific service, is how I understood it, to make sure that the transcripts are more accurate, versus we can't just put live transcripts on the screen. Yep. And it could be as simple as a portable device that can be checked out, or there are like options to like have an app that you can download and then it'll just give them the live transcript from whatever's being said in the mic for those that need it.
So has research been done on that already? Do you know?
There's been steps.
Yeah. So what do you see as the next
If we
step?
get the okay to just make the call, I mean, the costs have come across very reasonable. I mean, even if we go down to just a device to help with amplifying sound is only a couple hundred. I think a device, and yeah, I think just 2 devices or something would be reasonable. But if we do something like transcript, which is even more accessible, right, and wouldn't require check-in and check-out of devices, just if maybe a QR code, or there's been a lot of different options. I'm happy to defer to what the tech team thinks is best, and then we just keep the cost low. But I would like to have.
Would you like to take the lead on that work?
Yep, as long as we have the okay to move forward with it and get it done, okay.
Superintendent Kane.
Yes, our chief communication officer tells me that the live streaming is captioned by humans live. So, for what it's worth.
So can we pull it up on the screen then? Okay, so now we can, during meetings, put up a live then that would be the.
Yeah, so on the YouTube, yes, we've got live captioners that we hire. The only downside is that we've got about a 30-second lag from this meeting to YouTube. So if we put it up on the screen, there'd be a 30-second lag, if that makes sense.
Can you talk in the mic?
Well, I
please?
was just asking, yeah. If it's being recorded, if it's on the screen, the delay would also be on YouTube? Like it would even out? I don't know if the delay would cancel itself out. Am I the only one that I'm not making sense? That's what I'm nervous about.
You're trying to figure out where it goes in those 30
Like,
seconds?
is it behind us that it's, yes, and so if we're recording.
30 seconds behind.
Could we maybe have a recommendation from staff that helps with accessibility?
Gotcha.
On what would be reasonable and appropriate?
So from staff standpoint, whenever we have an accessibility request from a community member, we do what we can to accommodate that. So we might have a ASL translator here or something else. If we have that kind of request, we do try to accommodate. We just haven't had that request that I'm aware of. But that being said, if you're asking us to specifically research a device that you put in your ear, I'm sure we can look into it. I just don't know off the top of my head. We haven't had that request that I'm aware of a board meeting other than at Wilcox, where it was hard to hear, where the board was having a hard time hearing each other.
Yeah, we don't provide an option for people to submit a request under the board page. So if you look at other legislators that meet, you'll see that there's an option to select or to say you need additional assistance, and we don't currently have something like that.
Okay.
So it's just addressing it. There may not be a strong need, or maybe it's just because we haven't occasioned an opportunity for people to request it.
Yeah, we would be happy to add something to the board webpage to request, and then we can kind of go from there. Chief Communications Officer Rader, do you have anything else you want to add?
That's what I was going to say. We have a form. It's not necessarily on the board page, to your point, so we can add that. But anytime we have an event, a town hall, something in person, we do have our, I can't remember which department it is, but they have those, sorry? Thank you, the culture and that department, but they have those devices available. They have interpreters available. So it sounds to me like we just need to make sure the form is linked off of the board page.
Okay. Great. And then were there any other items?
You had mentioned earlier.
Yes, so the one I was gonna raise, I'd like to get approval to work with Superintendent Kane on the PG consulting, any kinds of resources that might help us be more efficient, effective, save staff time, save us time. So I'd like to move forward with that with Superintendent Kane. Okay. Great. Any other updates on budget that you want to share? Board budget?
I don't think so. Okay. I'm not forgetting anything.
It's okay. It's getting late, so we're going to wrap up soon. 10.9 is legislative updates. I'll turn it over to Directors Geiger and Densler for the update.
Well, I'm sure you all read in depth the report from our lobbyist about everything that changed this year, so I will not bore you a great deal. Obviously, the budget was the number one thing, but there were some changes to education assessments, one of which we pressed for. There is a interesting grant program that was created, and a lot of this is still pending in front of the governor, so the veto pen may come out on some of these. There are some grants that may be available for the Cradle to Career Grant Program. We'll have to, I guess, look at that. There is a bill that essentially duplicates federal discrimination acts, discriminatory practices into state law. How that will be interpreted and what that may mean additionally is yet to be known. The idea being that as there is a belief that the feds are not enforcing that, that the state may need to step in. Now, how they're going to do that and where that money is going to come from, it's an interesting question. Our coaches will be required to take additional testing classes on the effect of concussions. That's a Representative Hamrick bill. And of course, we have, the governor did sign our bill on kindergarten readiness assessments. Once the governor decides what he's going to sign and what he's not going to sign, I'll provide anything more. The biggest issue, of course, was that we managed to get together this year to have a budget that was reasonable, and no one thinks they're going to be able to do it next year.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you. Moving forward, we have item 10.10, board meeting support systems. So as the board knows, this year marked the district's transition to a new governance support platform, including the migration of historical agendas, minutes, supporting documents, public records, all went into the diligence system. A huge lift, a huge thank you to staff. And tonight's discussion provides an opportunity for the board to reflect on how that system is functioning during its first year of implementation, discuss any kind of accessibility or searchability of historical records. Is it working? Is it not working? Identify any additional improvements or governance needs related to transparency, organization, and public access to board materials. And again, I want to acknowledge the work that staff is doing to improve the organization and historical file migration during the whole transition process. And happy to open it up with Superintendent Kane. I don't know if there's anything you want to share or if you just want the board to have a discussion. No? Okay. Could you just clarify whether there's still migration taking place, or do we feel like everything has been migrated?
So we initially migrated all of the board content in packets. So one single PDF containing all the agenda items merged into one PDF. I've downloaded all of the individual agenda items from the old system, and I'm in the process of renaming those and making them accessible PDF files so that we can upload them as individual files. So I've got about 3 years worth of board meetings accomplished right now and continuing to grind through those other ones.
Thank you. I'll just
Yeah, just to add to that, it's a total of about 13 years that Mr. Blair is migrating 1 year at a time.
It's a huge lift, obviously. 8,600 files. And, you know, I know there was an audit process that was done when the policies were migrated over. Is there going to be an audit process to make sure all of those 13 years of files, like I'm just kind of curious what that might look like?
I went through each meeting one by one and downloaded all the separate attachment, all 8,600 files from every meeting that we had in the old system.
Yeah, so it's not like run a program and it does everything and you have to check it. You're doing it one by one, making sure.
So I ran a script per meeting to pull down all the
Yeah.
attachments
Okay.
and then confirm those with the agenda, yes.
Okay, that's great. I'll open it up for other questions or comments. Director Thompson?
Can you, sorry, I wasn't sure I understood. You talked about like 3 years have been done of, I missed that part, like what was done for 3 years of board meetings?
So yeah, the files came down, the file names need to be cleaned up so that they're labeled with the meeting that they came from. Otherwise, they're just gonna get lost when you do a search. So I'm renaming all those files and then I have to make each PDF accessible. Once I get through with those, then I have to upload those into new folders into the diligence system.
Okay. I'm wondering, while this process is still, because the reality is some of the previous materials are hard to access. And I mean, I was even trying to look up stuff related to the last charter contract and I couldn't find the documents. And if you don't know how to search it or if the terms like don't match, like you're mentioning, it can be really hard to find it. So I'm wondering, can we just have access to the old system for historical documents until it's in the place that it needs to be?
We no longer have access to the old system, but I have 3 years completed and I can start uploading those tomorrow. So that the last 3 years of board meetings will have all the individual attachments available to you. So it'll be easier to search and find those granular items you're looking for.
And just if I could add, the way that, and I think I put this in my updates, but maybe I didn't. The way that it's organized is by board meetings. So there's a folder for each board meeting, and inside each board meeting folder are the attachments that have that board meeting date on the file name as well, so that when you do a search for a document, like a charter application or whatever, when those PDFs come up as a result of that search, that'll show the actual date of the meeting, in addition to what the attachment is, and then they're really easy to find by meeting as well. That's the system that Mr. Blair is setting up, and he's got the last 3 years, and he's trying to go back all the way to, is it 2012, Mr. Blair, when the ESB system started, or 2008?
2008.
So that's what he's setting up, and unfortunately, the old system we can't continue to have access to those files through the old system.
And I'm not trying to not demonstrate appreciation for all of the work that's been done. I do like the new system. I think all of the meetings that have existed in the calendar moving forward, it works really nice. I like the way I can get alerts. So there's a lot of really nice benefits. It visually looks nicer, but it is extremely time consuming trying to fulfill my role when I'm prepping for meetings, because I have such a hard time finding historical documents without access to the old calendar and being able to just pull up a calendar in the time frame and then click directly on the item. Sometimes it's in the original PDF, sometimes it's not in the original PDF, plus you're scrolling through tons and tons of pages. You know, oftentimes a resolution's not in there, so now I'm clicking to another page to find the resolution, to come back to try to find a presentation that might have been in there. It is just not very user-friendly at all.
No, I understand that's what we're fixing. So
yeah,
his initial approach was
to do an agenda packet as one PDF that had everything in it, which is what you were talking about. Now he's created a system where he has every single agenda item as a separate PDF so that you're not trying to plow through a 300-page agenda packet. So that's what he's trying to fix, but he needs a minute to be able to do the rest of the years. But he has the last three where, like a calendar, you can just look at a folder structure and see a date of a meeting, and you can click on that meeting date and see as separate files the agenda and each of the individual attachments as separate files. And then through the search engine, you can find them as well. I'm not addressing your question, I think.
So I just want to make sure, the past 3 years will be available to us very soon, and they will be loaded in the public file board meeting agenda archive folder, so that when you click on that folder, you then would be able to find it the way you're describing it, which should be easier.
That's correct.
And for the items that aren't publicly available, that are attached to agendas.
No. Only the public-facing items will be listed.
So how do we access the files that were not public-facing? Is that a cricket?
Okay, we'll have a conversation about that
Okay,
offline,
no,
please.
that's great. We have one more meeting this year and summer. And hopefully we can start the new year with the new structure in place. I mean, it's a massive project. So if you all have other questions or ideas or thoughts, please share. And we'll continue to get the records where we need them to be for that process. Is that our sign that we really need to wrap up? The crickets are coming out tonight. All right, so I am gonna move us to our very last item, Board of Education reports. And we have 10 minutes scheduled for this. For the board president report, agenda planning will take place this Thursday at 10:30 at Legacy Campus for the June 9th regular meeting. As always, board directors are invited to participate, and it's open to the public. June 9th regular meeting is our final meeting of the year. The July 25th board retreat is the next scheduled meeting after that. At the June 9th meeting, we will update our regular meeting schedule to include a December retreat date that we didn't list. We need to get the December date on there. I also want to go in and look at every date to make sure there's not a holiday weekend that is Labor Day. Okay, so I'm going to look at those dates just one more time. Yeah, so there might be some tweaks, and I will put that on the June 9th agenda for us to readopt. I just, I want to thank staff for working on the week. It's a holiday, right, to, thank the board members for working as well on the holiday weekend and giving up your family time, but staff for answering questions. And, I'd like to try to avoid that if we can moving forward. I attended the Vail Vendorium student-driven marketplace, which was pretty amazing. I've been several times now, and it's a great event. The board committee appreciation event also took place, and it was really nice to thank our board committee volunteers and our board liaisons. Graduations come at the perfect time of year to remind me why we do what we do. They're amazing, and congratulations to all our graduates and to each of our employees. Honestly, our employees should feel so proud at those graduations and seeing the accomplishments. It's a job well done. So with that, I think Vice President report may go away in future agendas unless you object. And I'm just going to go down the dais, and we have 7.5 minutes. I think we started here last time, so Director Geiger.
Did graduations, did the Vail Vindorium. I think the only graduation I did that no other director attended was EDCSD, which was their first graduation. It was impressive. Probably the best student speech I heard all season. Again, we're meeting our students where they are, and that was a glad one. I enjoy the big ones, but some of the smaller alternative school graduations are a joy.
Great. 7 minutes to go. Director Dinsler.
I also got to attend many of the graduations. I was at Skyview and Shap and Pondo, which were both very cold. I was really lucky to get to go to the Wax Museum, the third grade Wax Museum at Copper Mesa, which was really, really cute. I also got to go to the Legacy Campus Senior Awards, which was really neat. It was just like so cool to honor these seniors that have like so much work experience at their age and just are doing fantastic things. The Vail Vindorium was amazing, and just really, really, really honored to have gotten to be at so many graduations. I was also at Rock Canyon and Hope Online, which I've heard rave reviews of before, and yeah, it was just so awesome. It was so awesome for all those Hope kids to finally see each other in person from all the different academies, so it was great.
Thank you. All right, Director Callahan.
I'd like to commend you, President Meek, on your leadership in helping us continue to explore the MLO and the leadership you've shown there. I think we're in a good place. I was really struck in the graduations that I've been able to attend. Legend, Renaissance, Hope Online, forgetting one, Renaissance, and just the array of different options that we give young people in this district, I think is just so important. And I think that graduations really did a great job of exemplifying the different pathways that are available to our young people. And I think that's just a really powerful thing that we offer here in Douglas County.
Did you say Vail? Was it?
I didn't. That was
yeah, Vail, the first graduation, so that's very cool. All right, Director Parker.
Yes, I went to graduations as well, but I'm going to take my time to do the secretary report. So it was amazing and wonderful, as everybody said, but this is the summary. So between May 12th and May 25th, 2026, there was 12 communications with our community, parents, and staff. I put them in following categories: school expansion and agreements. We received 3 messages from parents in favor of Renaissance expansion, 2 messages from staff and community members supporting the CBA and DCF, and 1 community request for anonymous teacher survey regarding CBA support, policy, and other concerns. There were 2 messages from the community regarding ongoing concerns with the foreign exchange policy, alongside 2 notes regarding potential review of other ongoing matters that the district is addressing. Curriculum and district culture, 1 parent reached out with concerns and a request for follow-up regarding the use of iReady curriculum, and 1 parent raised concerns regarding racism and prejudice within the district. And then staff compensation, 1 staff member requested a formal review of the district's administrative compensation structure, specifically focusing on the salary scale of assistant principals. And so all correspondence have been officially logged. And then one thing is I'm doing personally is I wanted to let people know that I am going to have public recorded office hours via Zoom on a monthly rotating schedule based when school is in session to accommodate all working parents and residents. My upcoming schedule will be on the email signature, and I encourage anyone to reach out if they'd like to meet. My first one is coming up this Thursday, May 28th at 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Ryan.
I want to thank everybody here. I had a personal tragedy in my life, and everybody, the outpouring of support was amazing, and my shirking of some duties was very welcome, and the way that you guys supported me, I want to thank you all. I got to attend CVHS's graduation, which is where Director Parker and I graduated from. So it was interesting to be on this side and go there. I also learned at CV, DC, and Thunder Ridge graduations that Vienna is a graduation song. I had a long period of my life where I was obsessed with Billy Joel, so that was a welcome thing, but that was a learning experience for me. And then I also went to the Wildfire Expo at Ponderosa. A group of students as part of a class presented many different aspects of wildfires and how to protect yourself from them. My dad was a firefighter, and so it was very interesting to go there. And the other folks that were present, we had somebody who runs a helicopter in Douglas County in response to wildfires who was there, and hearing him talk was awesome as well. I would recommend when it's presented next year, because it will be. You all should go. You should see what the students have to say. It's great.
Thank you. Director Thompson.
Thank you, Director Ryan, for being here tonight with us. And I would like to echo the sentiment to thank Director or President Meek for her leadership. It is well noted how much that you have supported this board and all the organization that you have brought forward to help us do our role better. So thank you for that. This year was hard because I didn't get to do as many graduations as I've got to do the last 2 rounds due to my work schedule, but I did get to attend my local ones so far, and it's always a really nice treat. I think it's amazing how students put on their graduation events and really run the show, and that takes a lot of staff work and structure behind the scenes to make that possible, and so staff should be patting themselves on the back for another amazing graduation season. There were no other meetings except for that I did attend our appreciation dinner for our committee members, and it was a nice showing. It was a nice evening. Some really funny conversations that happened throughout the night it's always just fun to learn about each other in that capacity. And then it also, I think, elevates our appreciation for all of the volunteers and their different backgrounds and areas of expertise. So it was a nice treat. And so thank you to all of our committee members. And that's it, short and sweet.
10 seconds to go. All right, good job, you guys. Before we adjourn, again, our next meeting of the Board of Ed is scheduled for June 9th, and there being no further business, is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
All right, it's been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Callahan that the board adjourn. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Denzler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. The meeting is adjourned. Have a great night, everyone.